Thank you very much. You will be directing traffic. You will not miss anything as we welcome you to Disch Falk Field. We are in Austin, Texas, and the Super Regionals are presented by Capital One. What's in your wallet? Well, the weather is cooperating here, which is the good news. Just a big win. Could be an offensive night here. It is a perfect evening and a late evening by Austin standards to start a game, but it hasn't deterred anybody from throwing some chicken and other things on the grill. The barbecues are ready. The baseball is hot. So is this team, the Texas Longhorns. They got a victory last night. They are one win away from their 39th trip to Omaha. And here's an interesting note on the Oregon Ducks. Not one time this season have they lost to the same team 2 times in a row. That bodes really well for a must-win situation here against Texas. Meantime, the games are all over. West Virginia and Troy will be making their first ever trips to Omaha for the College World Series. North Carolina survived today. They avoided a foul ball being caught. They then hit a double to walk it off. Georgia and Mississippi State played arguably one of the great super regionals of all time. Back and forth those two teams went in a slugfest. Daniel Jackson and company, they advance. We welcome you inside. It is already something to look forward to, Omaha, but we got another big step here. KP, Chris Burke, and I'm Carl Ravitch. Welcome, everybody. A blue blood in Texas and a Duck team that, as I mentioned, hasn't lost to the same team twice in a row. That's good news for them. How do they overcome what happened last night?
Well, I think it's difficult. One way they overcome it is realize that they're built to play in games like this. I mean, when you talk to other teams, specifically Texas, they point to Oregon and say they look like an SEC team. They look like somebody that we play the entire year. Historically, no one can say they've been to Omaha more times than the Texas Longhorns, trying to get there for the 39th time. They won the whole thing 6 times, but have not won it in 2 decades, and that is not unlost on the fans of Texas. Schloss has already taken 2 different programs to Omaha, trying to take Texas there for his first time. For Oregon, well, they've been there, but it was 70-plus years ago. And in the midst of that, the program stopped playing baseball for 29 years, came back in 09. However, last 6 years, this the 3rd Super. They've been to the postseason all 6 years that Mark Wasikowski has been there, just trying to kick that door down to get back to Omaha.
The other thing, it's always momentum. Your next day starting pitcher, Oregon's got one of the best in the country, and he's facing a red-hot offense.
Yeah, but he comes in on a heater himself. Struck out 14 last year, was the most outstanding player in the Eugene Regional, one of the most special fastballs in the college game, and he second in program history with 119 Ks this year. He was second in the Big Ten. An electric fastball that will challenge a Texas offense that comes in playing with a whole bunch of confidence. And part of the reason they are so confident right now is their shortstop is red hot. Adrian Rodriguez, 5 ribbies last night, 9 for 14 in the tournament. This is a team that's put up 52 runs. They are on a heater, Ravi.
They sure are, and they got that guy with all the hair. He's been called everything from a hippie to a freak. They smile big if they win tonight. Ducks doing everything they can with their ace on the mound to prevent this series from ending.
real fun. Just getting started.
Run straight for the breakaway.
The celebration is on. There have been certain celebrations already. Will they be celebrating here tonight in Austin? The national champions, the last one in 2005. And they have been there more than any other team. You take a look at the Longhorns batting order. They will be the visiting team even though they are on their own field. 13 runs per game is the best in the field. By the way, fellas, they are number 2 in walks in the field, batting average, on base, stolen bases, and they're number 1 in ERA.
Yeah, and they did it again last night. 11 runs. Aidan Robbins was on there a couple times, but Adrian Rodriguez was the star, and really it's an offense that feels like it has as much length as it has all season.
You're going to face a pretty good right-hander tonight, boys. Will Sanford coming off probably his best collegiate start against Washington State in the regional. With 6 in the third, gave up 1 hit, walked 2, punched out 14. That's a career high. Fastball's in the mid-90s. Curveball is about as unhittable as any all of collegiate baseball. Slider's good. Watch for a changeup tonight, too. He hasn't thrown it a lot this year, but they've been working on it a ton. He threw it more against Washington State. They think it may be a big asset against this Texas lineup tonight.
And he got a lot of swings and misses on that pitch. We will see it. The wind is blowing out. Temperatures in the low 80s, 83 degrees. Full house. Set a record last night for an NCAA sanctioned event with over 8,500 people. Aidan Robbins will lead things off. He went 0 for 2, but had a couple of walks last night. Here comes Will Sanford's first one. And it is in there for strike 1. He's 6 feet. He's 202 pounds. He's just a sophomore. 119 strikeouts in 80 innings. KP mentioned his last start. You combine that with the one before, it's 12 1/3 with 23 strikeouts. Next one to Robbins on the 0-1, the other way and out of play. Same lineups for both after game 1. Which pitch will he go with for the strikeout pitch? Ahead 0-2. And will not waste a lot of time. Letter high fastball. Good take by Robbins.
I like the statement here early, though. Here's 3 heaters. Here's your best hitter. This is my best pitch. Last night was kind of a nibble fest by the Oregon pitching staff. Will Sanford, he's establishing that he's coming right at him right out of the gate.
This ball to left field. The wind is blowing out. This one is up and it's gone! The first breaking pitch he saw, he breaks the back of the Ducks with his 24th home run of the year. That home run, fellas, ties Cody Clemens for 3rd most homers in the season in the Longhorns' history with 24. Didn't he just tell us a couple of days ago, the whole leadoff thing, I'm not that into batting first?
He was setting us up, Raph.
Yeah. Walked and scored the first yesterday and goes deep tonight to get it started.
He took a curtain call. We'll look at that homer after the pitch to Tinney. And that is a wicked curveball in there for a strike.
Well, he came after him with the heaters and then just thought he had him maybe set up for something soft. But, man, as Aidan Robbins, the bat is just in the zone forever. And he was on time enough to ride that one out of here to left.
Tinney sends this one to right center, and it's got some carry. Back-to-back blast to get it started for Texas. Neither of them had a hit in last night's game 1.
I think we've mentioned before that the top of this lineup can do a little bit of damage. That's a fairly loud start for the Longhorns.
I spoke with the coach before the game as Pack looks at one that is up and out. He said it's going to be important. He kind of liked the idea with Riojas, whose ERA in the first inning is almost 7, that they were hitting first in hopes that they would get some offense.
Well, it has to be a little disconcerting. I mean, last weekend, literally the fastball felt untouchable. And to give up back-to-back homers, including the second one on a heater, that has to shake your confidence a little, KP.
Well, now he goes 3-0. That's your point last night. I mean, Scolari had a really hard time throwing strike one. He couldn't get to the slider as much, which was the swing and miss pitch. So far, it's an elevated fastball that was hit 415 feet to right center and a changeup against Robbins that he took out to left center. None of them snuck out.
3-1. He had given up 8 homers on the entire season. Not only one of the best freshmen in the conference, one of the best in the country, and a 3-1 to Pack. 3-2. Got right there. Mark Wasikowski said about Will Sanford, he's got it. You either got it or you don't. And he's got it. And right now, what he's got is being tested. Too far inside. Back-to-back homers, Berkey, and now a walk.
Well, as dangerous as any two leadoff guys in the country, Robbins with a cutter. Again, that bat just stays in the zone forever. A touch out in front, but the bat stays on plane. He goes bridge to get this one started, and then Tenney does what he does best. Lets the ball travel, flattens out that barrel, and a no-doubter to the backside cap. They are taking curtain calls early, as they often do here at Dish Falk, and what a loud statement to get this party started.
Temo Becerra, the second baseman, up now. He swings hard at that first one and sends it straight back. Between Robbins and Tenney now, 24 and 22, 46 combined home runs. And the way that Texas, and the one real differentiator between these two teams is the base stealing. Texas over 100 on the season, and Pack at first base has got 20 of them. We did see last night how difficult it is to run on Berkeley Nabius, the catcher for Oregon.
Yeah, only Phelps and Jackson and Grahovac and Sorrell have more homers out of that 1-2 spot than Tenney and Robbins. It is as dangerous of a pairing as the country has to offer.
Becerra, a couple of doubles last night, nearly gets hit there. We talked to the Oregon Ducks coaches, including Matt Floor, about the presence on the mound of Sanford. He is very reserved, kind of quiet when he's not between the white lines. When he's there, he gets very competitive, very animated. But they've taken that out of him with back-to-back homers to start this game off from Robbins and Tenney. It's going to be Foley Field at night. Is that what we got here?
Well, we do have a steady breeze blowing out, but Robbins and Tenney don't need help. Those guys got real juice.
They have been offensive so far in this NCAA tournament. They've really pitched it too. Coming into regionals, more runs per game at a bit better ERA than anybody.
There's that fastball you guys were talking about, 93 miles an hour.
Yeah,
what makes it so hard?
It just stays there. The carry on it is so good, and that's the reason that Sanford's fastball has been so difficult to hit. From an offensive standpoint, Oregon's going to try to push it down, so make sure that it's down in the zone. That's what Tenney did when he ran it out.
Yeah, he did. He knew it. And maybe after the back-to-back homers and the walk, that's a settle-in strikeout for Sanford.
Well, that's what he's used to seeing, KP. He's used to seeing uncomfortable swings, especially when he gets that thing up around the belly button. Back-to-back heaters perfectly located, and I think you're right, Rav. I think that has to help him settle in as you get a look there at first-year pitching coach Matt Floor for the Ducks.
Here's Adrian Rodriguez, .643 batting average in the postseason. Berkey told you about that. Pack grabs a big lead. That's a good pitch, and he's ahead 0-1. Last night, part of the problem for Oregon was they didn't get ahead. They fell behind, and when they fell behind, the hole only got bigger.
Well, Rodriguez is a kid that the Texas staff feels like is going to be a star. He's been battling a hand injury really for 2 years. He's probably as healthy as he's ever been since he's been on campus, and you're starting to see a player, it feels like, really kind of stick his chest out here down the stretch of the season and walking into maybe some of that star potential that they see in him.
0-2, see if Pack does anything on what may be a curveball. It's outside, he stays put.
That's already about 3 changeups, KP. It looks like that's definitely a weapon they're going to feature. Came into the season with only about 60 of them on the year, but it's been trending that way here lately.
Rodriguez has gone the other way often, which is why the center fielder Brooks is shaded towards left. That's a heck of a scoop by Jaxa. Otherwise, Pack could be at third base. What a start here for the Longhorns. If you're just tuning in, Aiden Robbins led it off with a homer, and then Carson Tinney followed with another one. The 1-2. Just missed. 96 miles an hour. Because of the lopsided nature of last night's game, all the leverage arms are available for Oregon, including Tanner Bradley, the righty, who's 5-1 this year. 2-2 to Rodriguez, breaking ball. He was on it.
Yeah, and I don't think they're going to wait tonight. I mean, if they got to go to somebody, regardless of tight game or not tight game, I mean, this is, you got to fire all the bullets you have tonight if you're Oregon. But that being said, Sanford can find it, and he can find it quickly. History this year says that when he does find it, he is very tough to hit.
Looking for a ground ball, double play to get out of this thing.
Send him here.
Yeah, I think so. You know, the fear is the high fastball with Berkeley, but Rodriguez has just been so good with swing decisions and putting the ball in play. It wouldn't shock me, though, just because of the high heater if he doesn't.
3-2, he's off. And that ball is down the line and left, but towards the seats, and it will find row 5. You said to me earlier today, Berkey, you really have come to appreciate Jim Schlossnagle's in-game managing. Why?
Just has a great feel for the situation, what his players do well, what the opponent does well, what he feels like he can take advantage of with the opponent. Just the more I watch him manage a game, the more impressed I am.
He's off again. That's called strike 3. Great throw, and Pack is out. A strike him out, throw him out, double play. Well, boys, the game starts with a bang, and the inning ends with a bang, and a good one for Oregon. And by the way, first time back-to-back homers to start a game in the last 5 years.
I think maybe he likes hitting leadoff again. Aiden Robbins starts and took a slider out to left, and then Carson Tinney gets the elevated fastball, drives it 415 feet out to right center. 2 quick one for the Horns. The Ducks offense coming up.
Ducks fly south for the winter. Now we know why.
And that ball is gone!
Because this flock from Oregon was waiting to fly south in the summer, way southwest to Austin and south central to Omaha, where no baseball team from Eugene has migrated in 72 years.
It's been a bit, there's no doubt about it. And what Mark Wasikowski, known as Waz, has done is really injected this program at Oregon with a whole bunch of big, strong guys. They play an SEC style with a little hint of West Coast baseball. You take a look at the Ducks batting order. Angel Laia is going to be key. He hits in the 2 spot. Last night against Volantis, he struggled mightily. Finally got a righty and laced one to center field. They believe he's going to have a big night.
Yeah, much better against right-handers than left-handers. So hoping all the freshmen come out swinging tonight. Jimenez at the top was fantastic, and this is a team 105 homers, top 20 in the country that can take you deep.
All right, Ruger. He's a little bit different arm than he was last year. Ruger Riojas, a senior, 2 years at UTSA, now 2 years at UT. Fastball's up about 3 or 4 ticks this year than it was last year. 4 pitches. Every once in a while is going to drop down, show you a little bit different arm angle. He'll probably do it 4 or 5 times today. But I think the key for Riojas is he the guy that we saw last start, where he was great, or the guy that he was in the middle of the season? When about a month, where the stuff was different, starting the regional against UC Santa Barbara, 5 innings, gave up just 1, punched out 6. If it's that guy, he gives Texas a great chance tonight.
He sure does. But to your point, there were 4 games started in April in which the ERA spiked to 9.56. They tried to rest him, felt maybe there was some fatigue there. And here is Jax Jimenez, the left fielder, to lead things off. In at third base is Borba, and the first pitch is inside at 93. Jimenez 288 on the season, 10 doubles, 3 homers. He's a sophomore and had a couple of hits last night and a walk. Rodriguez to shortstop, straight up the middle. Next pitch is right down the middle for a strike at 95. Missed away. He is a kitchen sink guy. I mean, I think, and you talk to the staff and Max Wiener, like he'll create pitches literally in the middle of a game.
Yeah, and then between starts, he loves to tinker with new things and try new arm angles. One of the more creative pitchers there is in college baseball.
Knee high, and that one is in there for a strike.
At 96. And that was the one thing in that April span that you talked about. The fastball was down a little bit. The breaking stuff wasn't quite as sharp.
Went back down again, and it's spoiled. Same defensive alignment as last night with Casey Borba at third base. Rodriguez, Temo Becerra is at second. Ashton Larson plays first. Anthony Pack, Darian Pendergrass, the center fielder. Aiden Robbins out there in right. And Tinney is behind the dish. The Ducks did what they wanted to against Volantis to a point. They left 17 on base last night. The 2-2. Breaking pitch, got him to swing through it. And Riojas went with Uncle Charlie to punch out Jimenez.
He can show you a bunch of different spin. He can also show you some different arm angles. So typical release point about 6 feet. Riojas when he comes to home plate. But when he drops down, it's about a foot less. Now, he's not going to do it a ton, but you're probably going to see it, a half dozen, maybe more times today. Sometimes situations going to dictate. When he does from that spot, he will throw a 2-seamer that has some sinking and change up from down there. So can show you different looks, different velocities. And definitely different spin like the curveball he threw right there.
Here is one of the 3 freshmen that start. Laia swings and a miss. He was 0 for 6 with 3 strikeouts. He basically acknowledged after the game about facing Volantis, I couldn't do anything. I could not figure it out.
Well, and then the game sped up on him. Then you start sitting breaking ball, and Max Wiener sees it, and he starts throwing fastballs. And it was a little bit of a perfect storm for him last night. But to play this game for a long time like they think he can, You got to have a short memory.
Fastball's top 10, Division I swing and miss. And here's 0-2, and he tried to drop the hammer. Came up short. Schlossnagel described him as a hippie. Mendoza on Riojas, he's a demon. He's crazy on and off the field, but he's never seen him have a bad day. And Borba, his third baseman, said he is the freakiest of all freaks. Is that, what do you take away? A freakiest of all freaks.
You throw a 96 with 2 different breaking balls and a really good split. You get a little bit of,
so you're
a
going
bit of leeway right
you're
there.
going in the baseball vein. Yeah, okay.
That works fine.
Took one out of the mid of Tinney on that fastball to stay alive at 1-2. On the ground, fair ball, easily fielded by Larson, and he went from 95 to 83 to get him way out front. There is the head coach looking for his first with Texas. He's been there, 7 times previous. This is his 10th Super Regional, 7-2. He thinks the Supers are the hardest thing in sports. He says 2 teams are trying to get to the pearly gates of baseball, and the pearly gates are Omaha. Lands another fastball, man. He is dialed in early here, 96 against the 3-hole hitter Ryan Cooney, the junior. Hitless last night. 329 on the season out of Portland, Oregon. 3 on the left side of the infield. He went sidearm and he pulled it.
It is pretty remarkable what Jim Schlossnagel's done.
Yes.
5 times at TCU who had never been. Twice in Texas A&M in 3 years.
4 straight years at TCU.
4 straight years. And now trying to take his 3rd different school to the College World Series. All since 2010, by the way. Think about it.
Yeah, this isn't since 1980.
Yeah,
right.
that's because we missed 2020, right?
Yeah.
So in 15 years, he's trying to become the 4th coach to do it with 3 different schools. It's an incredible. There's only one thing missing from his resume, and that's to win the whole thing.
A couple of guys out there like that. Fouled off at the plate. Trivia night here. Texas, the first team to start an NCAA tournament game with back-to-back homers since. Shout out Jim Penders. UConn,
the Huskies.
2022.
Pretty good look right there, boys.
Riojas, no. Tinney playing hockey goalie, like he's suiting up for the Stanley Cup Finals there. He just dove in front of the ball, make sure that puck never got across the line. Charged by the second baseman, Becerra, and things could not have gone better for the Longhorns in the first. Couple of homers and a 1-2-3 inning from Ruger Riojas. The NCAA Baseball Super Regionals presented by Capital One. What's in your wallet? All these images from the last 30 minutes when the Longhorns got back-to-back blasts to start this one from Robbins and that man right there, Carson Tinney. How about Daniel Jackson lifting off today for the Georgia Bulldogs, getting them into the College World Series?
That wasn't just any old homer.
No.
That's
fairly important.
Yeah, that one to win the game, to me, is the signature moment of a Golden Spike season by the Georgia backstop. What a moment. What a series.
It was great.
Feel terrible for Mississippi State. They played worthy of winning that thing, but Georgia just too much.
Right, the season for the Georgia Bulldogs. They win the regular season. They win the SEC tourney. They are rolling through the postseason and heading to Omaha. Feeling very good about, regardless of the size of the ballpark, they got the offense that is relentless, and regardless of a deficit, feels like they're going to be able to win the game. This is Ethan Mendoza, 6'7", 8'9" for the Longhorns. On the corner, good one there at 92. It's 1 ball and 1 strike. Mendoza grew up in Texas with one dream, which was to play for the Longhorns.
About that breaking ball.
That's the one they don't hit a whole lot. That's the way it's been all year. Pretty interesting difference between the last two. You got a fastball with big time ride and carry, and then he drops that thing in there at 76 miles an hour. That's almost straight top to bottom.
1-2 fastball, right field, tracking it, Brooks, and he is there. He will make the play shy of the track. Take a look at the Super Regional headlines, as 5 of the 8 have been punched. And again, the first appearances for both West Virginia and Troy. Country Roads is going to become the Sweet Caroline of Omaha. You get that feeling. Carolina walks off game 3. Another one of those fly balls, foul territory. USC couldn't make the catch. Very difficult play. The end result was they ended up getting walked off. Had they caught that ball, the inning ends and the game would be extended. We've seen that a few times. Big spots, college baseball postseasons.
The drama this postseason has been incredible. I mean, that game today was as fun as it gets.
Larson chases up top. You do wonder how much momentum Sanford derived from the strike him out, throw him out double play to end that first after getting hit around, and then the walk to the 3-hole hitter. He seems to find a new level here. This ball is laced to center field. Level swing by Ashton Larson. And he is aboard with 1 out. Well, last night it really was the middle of the order, 3, 4, 5, but the bottom was very productive in getting on base as well. Van Borba, who's coming up now, had a home run. His only hit of the night. But this is the 8th hole hitter, and he has 18 bombs this season.
Well, we talked about the length of this lineup, and on a night where Robbins and Tinney did not get a base hit, you had, as you said, 3, 4, 5 were extremely productive. 6 and 8 hit the homers. And then Pendergrass down there at the bottom scored, walked twice, stole a couple bases, and then, of course, the big boys go ahead and get rid of their slump in the first 2 at-bats today. And you're seeing the capability of this offense really make a pitcher work 1 through 9.
Yeah, it's easy to get lost with some of the superstars on this team, but when you blast 18, you don't. A little high, and the count goes 3-0. Wind continues to blow fairly hard from right to left, and in fact there are smaller flags on the hill out there in left field, and they are blowing even harder than the ones up top. Lands the 3-0. It's 3-1.
It's 2 nights in a row where it has not been windy days around here, and all of a sudden nighttime comes and it starts blowing at about a 20 to 25 mile an hour clip.
It's like this Texas offense just pushes the wind button at like 6:55. Just get her going.
3-1, careful here. And And yes, called strike 2.
I think Berkeley stole
down.
that one.
Yep. And he can do that now. We've already seen him throw, but he can do the catch inside too.
3-2, same spot. Called strike 3, went right back to that fastball. That's a big strikeout. And Jim Schlossnagle has seen the replay, certainly of the one prior.
KP, we talk about it all the time. The carry at the bottom of the zone, the fastball down sometimes can be just as lethal as the one up. You think that ball is going to dive out of the zone. It holds its plane just at the knees, and back-to-back dots by Will Sanford for a big comeback at bat right there after being down 3-0.
Yes. Darian Pendergrass, who is the center fielder, and ball 1 to him.
It is interesting too, because so often we talk about the upper zone. When guys that have high ride fastballs get strikeouts looking, it's usually on that pitch. They generally don't swing at it, but it just stays there and they get that low strike. They'll swing at the one up.
That was another one of those. You know who it reminds me of is your old buddy Roy Oswalt.
Yeah, he used to do it all the time. Guys would give up on it so early, almost looked like it was coming up from the ground.
You kind of seemed to know I was going to say that.
Well, we've talked about it before. I would have loved to seen his TrackMan data. It would have been freaky.
Falling behind again, though, to Pendergrass. 3-0, gets behind him, and Larson will move into scoring position.
The Oregon coaching staff has to be pulling their hair out. You know they talked about the free passes, especially to Pendergrass. And KP, I don't know, sometimes maybe the more you talk about it, the more it goes wrong.
Yeah, maybe the more you're aware of it. I mean, he is taking a strike every time he goes up. I mean, I think that's a given. But you got to throw him a strike if he's in fact going to take a strike, and that's what they've had a hard time doing the last 2 nights.
Take it again.
I would think.
Joined this team in the wintertime, out of the portal really late. And because of his defensive abilities, moved Robbins over to right field. No, he missed. Boy, a walk to the 9-hole hitter after falling behind 3-0 to the 8-hitter.
Well, now let's see what happens here, because he threw Robbins 3 straight heaters. Robbins was late, and then he decided to throw a cutter, and he got launched. So very interested to see how the second act in this matchup goes between these two.
Aiden Robbins, like Tinney, transfer guys. Robbins was a Seton Hall Northeast kid. Everybody in the SEC wanted him. Texas got him, and he's delivered. The breaking pitch misses away.
And after, again, 3 straight heaters, a little hanging cutter here. He gets down in his back knee, keeps that barrel in the zone, and rides it out to left. 24 homers now for the Longhorn leadoff hitter.
Seems to be seeing the breaking ball very well, and for the second night in a row, you're seeing the Oregon Ducks starters fall behind Longhorn hitters, and that is a recipe for disaster.
And now you have it quartered, right, KP? I mean, this has got to be the heater here.
And he hits fastballs really well. 2-0. No, it gets by. Boy, 3 consecutive breaking pitches. Interesting the way they're approaching Robbins after he homered off the foot.
Well, especially who's standing on deck.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I mean, it's one thing if there's a significant drop-off of the hitter on deck, but the guy on deck is taking Sanford deep tonight. Listen, it's a Texas offense that is the second most patient offense in all of college baseball this year. Oklahoma State's on more pitches per at bat. They will force you into the zone.
3-0, and he gets the call on the outside corner.
Yesterday was even more. They saw more than 5 pitches in
Yes.
at bat during that game against Oregon yesterday. That's a massive number.
Hang on to your hats here.
3-1. That was a nasty curveball to go 3-2 against one of the better hitters in the country.
Boy, they are showing him some respect right now. 2-0 breaking ball, now a 3-1 breaking ball.
Now what does he come with? 2 down. Second and third. Already with a homer tonight. Breaking pitch, it gets away. Here comes the runner from third. Larson is in. 3-0 Horns. That thing had so much spin on it. Even a great catcher like Berkeley Mabius couldn't keep it in front of him. Boy, big time mistake here.
It's the same thing last time. I mean, for Oregon pitching last night, they walked 8, they hit 3. They created 11 free base runners for Texas. Well, the other is this. This is the 11th wild pitch of the year for Will Sanford. There's really nothing that Mabius can do. I mean, he's throwing his body out there trying to get there, but the good of the high-spin breaking balls is they're not easy to hit. The challenge of the high-speed breaking balls is when you miss with them, sometimes you miss bigger, and it's almost impossible for a catcher to keep it in front.
3-0 Tinney, breaking ball. Third base underneath the glove of Drew Smith. Another run is going to come in. Mark Wasikowski said, I think we're a lot better than what we showed last night. This isn't a good start for Oregon.
No, it definitely isn't. Free passes and now a missed opportunity. First pitch breaking ball here. Tinney sees it and rips it 101 miles an hour right at Drew Smith. Nice job to gather there and recognize. And boy, the senior third baseman just can't quite corral that one. A hot shot, no doubt, but a play that I'm sure he would expect to make. And just like that, boys, 4 runs here, and we're just in the second.
And Smith is a really good defender.
The whole team is.
All Big Ten defensive team this year. Oregon fields 982 as a club, which is top 15 in the entire country. I mean, that's far from an easy play, don't get me wrong, but it's one that is definitely makeable at third base that in that case gets him off the field.
They called it a hit. It was 101 miles an hour off the bat. I would imagine if you talk to Drew Smith, he'd say, I should get that 100 out of 100 times. 4-0. Activity in the Oregon bullpen already. Their ace is in trouble. Anthony Pack Jr. is up.
A lot of breaking balls second time through, KP.
Well, and Bradley already up. And understandable. Tanner Bradley has been the most resilient, reliable reliever this year for this Ducks bullpen.
Anthony Pack's been the better hitter than anybody as a freshman in this conference. At one point hitting over 400 in the SEC as a freshman.
You know, I know Tinney took the heater deep, but it's not like they've been banging a ton of fastballs. It's interesting how he's just.
No, I mean, Larson singled to center on one, and then Tinney's home run.
Another off-speed pitch.
The length of the Longhorn lineup, their patience at the plate, it can affect the way that staffs attack them. And we've seen Robbins and Tinney both reach base twice tonight. Pack already has reached with a walk.
Came out with 3 straight heaters, and all of a sudden that fastball is become a secondary pitch.
Four nothing Longhorns. A win tonight gets them to Omaha. Last night, a one-sided Texas win. Oregon has not lost to the same opponent in back-to-back games at any point this season. Good speed at second base in Robbins, and the throw behind him has him diving back.
Well, they're putting the brakes on this game, boys. This feels like they are really trying to get Bradley ready.
To 1. Very slow, 76 miles an hour, and he lands it.
Yeah, that's that backdoor breaking ball, especially in a plus hitters count right there at 2-1. That Most left-handed hitters are going to give up on you. Just don't think that's going to come back and catch the outside part of the plate, but it did even the count.
2-2. Breaking ball. He was on that.
Don't think we've seen a fastball this at bat.
It's still so early in this game, but hardly a predictable start for Oregon and their fans to have Sanford on the mound, get jumped by back-to-back homers to start, and Pack fouls that out of play. Yeah, the consistent theme for the last couple of nights, 3 walks, and those walks have scored once tonight, and you have Robbins out there at second base. Sanford did not pitch in the 2025 regionals. That was in Eugene. They saved him for game 2 this year of the regionals. Worked out really well. Get him here in a must-win game. His shortest outing this year is 2 2/3. That was against Michigan way back in the beginning of April. And again, I think you can't really talk about it enough, but the patience of this Texas offense not to take that pitch. We saw it from Robbins as well to draw the walk. That gets this crowd to its feet. Looking for a hammer. And it comes in the form of a strikeout from Sanford. He went back to the breaking ball, and he punches out Pack. Drew Smith, not charged with an error, left the yard last night. His team's in a 4-0 hole. He will lead off when we come back to Disch Falk Field. Yeah, good look here at Disch Falk Field. Jim Schlossnagle and company have some big ideas on how to make the outfield even more boisterous. They got fans in left center and right center and beyond the left field wall. But, man, the crowds that we have seen around the country, Georgia, North Carolina, West Virginia, special atmospheres. And this is a good one here. First pitch swinging. Drew Smith's got a .575 average. Will he try to jump Rojas? Yes, he does. This one is to right center. It's going to get down. Well, the book is he likes to swing fast and early, and he delivers. And that makes him feel good to start it off with an extra base hit.
Boy, I love it. Love it. You need your senior leader to stand up and let the rest of the boys know that you're not going to lay down. You got an elimination game playing for your season. And Drew Smith, who went deep last night, catches a heater out over the plate and just smokes it in the right center gap. Look how pretty that move is. Flatten the barrel on the backside. Use the ground to create some energy, and that ball is drilled for a leadoff double.
Similar to Berkey, 480 on the first pitch. See if he tries to jump Ruger. He did take a big hack. This is one of those very impressive looking freshmen who doesn't look like a freshman. He is 6'6", 220. Yes. Hitting an RBI last night, and when he hits it, he stings it. No question, a concerted effort from that guy right there to try to get this team to be more powerful, to be more physical. And if you've ever been around Coach Waz, he himself is physical. 0-2, they're trying to set up out. Instead, high, he goes with it, and a swing. Jaxa punched out. Strikeout number 2 for Ruger Riojas.
When we talk about pitcher on the other side, Sanford and his fastball. Ruger's fastball top 10 in the country and whiff too, KP.
Yeah, that was pretty good clinic too. I mean, just as far as what you go first pitch breakup ball, he swings through it, split with the next one to get ahead, and then right there just elevate the fastball and dare him to lay off of it. Jackson tried to, but the bat went around just a little bit too far.
Drew Smith stands out there at second, runner in scoring position, and that one gets through Tinney, but not far enough. This is an affable young man, Berkeley Mabius. He's one of those that will come up, shake your hand, introduce himself. And obviously, man, he gets rid of that ball quick behind the plate.
Yeah, left-handed hitting catchers that can catch and throw, they tend to play this game a while.
Clubs like those guys.
Yep, there's not a lot of those hanging around on street corners. He's got a very unique skill set.
Joe Mauer doesn't grow on trees?
Nope.
Nope. Chased that one at 95. Story for Oregon again. The walks, the wild pitches, and here we are having a runner on base and in scoring position. 0 for 15 with runners in scoring position in this super. Does he go back to it? No, and he just missed with a breaking ball.
Ruger kind of feeling it tonight, boys. He's showing me a little more juice and swag than we saw at the end of the regular season.
All the outfielders playing deep. Chased one down. Tinney will move towards the mound to throw to first. Back-to-back strikeouts.
Yeah, it would appear that the good Ruger stuff is back. We've said elevated fastballs when he wants it to. Cutter's been good tonight. Curveball's been good tonight. That time finishes him off down. We've seen a few changeups, a split that's got some decent movement. He is best, and not all guys are like this because sometimes guys have too many pitches. He's best when he's got them all going, and he can just show you a wide variety. You can't pick a count that you're going to see anything.
Now Levo Lewacki, fascinating hitter for Oregon, now steps up. Fastball right down the middle to get ahead 0-1.
Seems like he's been overthinking it. We saw him take some fastballs last night to end the ball game where he's not trusting his eyes.
He gets a hold of one, it goes a long way. That one is down. So it was about 30 games ago that they inserted him into the lineup. A couple of doubles and a homer. They have not taken him out. Basically a homer every other game. 14 of them. He looks like a linebacker. The Oregon football team has asked, any interest? On the ground to a vacated second base. It's going to get through and into the outfield to bring in a run. Now Levo Lewacki delivers an RBI that looked like at some point Temo Becerra would get over there to keep it on the infield, but he couldn't.
I don't think he saw it. The jump was not immediate. Watch, Temo's on the left side. Look how long it takes him to go. Almost like he thought Ruger was going to get there. He just did not make an immediate move. And I don't know that he throws Lewacki out, but if he gets moving initially, you maybe at least keep the runner at third base. And you talk about beating the shift. He certainly had harder RBI knocks in his career, but that'll work nonetheless.
It gives them what feels like an important run here in the second. Now Maddox Maloney. That's off.
Almost like, did he get caught behind Riojas where he couldn't see
Might
the
have.
ball?
Yeah, it could have been. He shuffled right at the beginning, too. He didn't just take off on a dead spread.
Could have been the runner, too. So that's their first hit in the Supers with a runner in scoring position.
Yeah, they're not going to be picky.
No, they'll take any kind they can get.
Especially early.
Yes.
When you get 2 in the first, 2 in the second put on you, you got to punch back at some point. That's what they weren't able to do last night until a little bit later in the ballgame.
I mean, I'd like to see again where that pitch was that Milwaukee hit. Looked like it was way in on him, and he's so strong.
Yeah, it felt like it was headed for his neck.
Yeah.
This thing is riding in on him. And no, not quite as in, but up for sure. He just tomahawked it.
Two and one to the shortstop, who's the 8th hitter in the lineup. That's pulled. Nice scoop behind the plate by Carson Tinney.
Well, it looked like Ruger was going to cruise to leaving that runner at second base, and now all of a sudden he finds himself in a jam.
Popped up. Tinney's going to give it a look, but he's going to watch it sail into the seats. Before the season, every returning player was able to raise their hand when their head coach said, who hasn't reached a regional since 2015? They all did, and it became a super. And now his goal is to say, how many of us have reached a College World Series? As KP talked about at the top, it's been a long time since they have been to a World Series. 1954 for the Ducks. 3-2. Really good take by Maloney and a walk to the 8th hitter. That's the first walk for Riojas. Maloney, one of those hitters in the line, man. He will be very patient. He will take walks.
Yeah, and that's something, too, that Riojas doesn't do a lot of. Coming into this ballgame, 15 walks, 106 strikeouts. The strikeout-to-walk ratio better than 7-1 this year for Riojas, so the control has been outstanding. He hasn't walked more than 2 in any start this year.
Watch out for Jack Brooks on the first pitch, a .412 batting average. And you can't swing at that one. And Riojas, as you said, looked like he was cruising through this thing. After the double, back-to-back strikeouts. Singled an RBI on a bleeder through the vacated second base spot. And then a walk to Maloney. Not a lot of stress. There really hasn't been a lot of stress around the Oregon baseball team since they've arrived here in Austin.
No, it's a pretty loose group. There's no doubt about it. But at some point, you get in the middle, back half of this ball game, and you start feeling the end near, and that vibe can change. They want to make sure they're within striking distance, if not in the lead here, as this game gets late.
It's a big pitch, it feels like. He's the 9-hole hitter, Jack Brooks, on a 2-1. And a check swing to try to hold up on. Alabama is getting close to punching their ticket. They're in a weather delay, leading St. John's. And look at Oklahoma hammering Kansas 8-1.
Sooners offense traveled to Lawrence, I guess.
40th pitch of the night for Riojas here in the second. He got him. A tight slider, and he strikes out Brooks to strand 2.
Well, Ducks needed to punch back, and they got one back right here. Milwaukee, the most powerful Oregon hitter. Well, this wouldn't maybe be the most powerful swing, but it had Carson Tinney looking up in the air. A late break by Becerra when Texas was caught in the shift, and sometimes just matters where you hit it. 1 in the inning for the Ducks. They trail up by 3. We'll talk to their head coach, Mark Wasikowski, when we come back.
Welcome back to the NCAA Baseball Super Regionals. They are presented by Capital One. Mark Wasikowski joins us now. Boy, been a bit of a bumpy start. What's your thinking right now, Coach?
Well, yeah, it's been bumpy. I mean, he's first 2 batters of the game. That's not really how you want to come out of an elimination game, right? Is have the first 2 guys leave the ballpark on you. And, but, I mean, he's been loose right now, right? He's got a couple of three walks and 3 wild pitches and kind of gave him a little bit. The bottom of the order, he walking the 9-hole guy that on their stat sheet is the lightest bat, to get to the top of the order. It's a little bit playing with fire right there, right? And so I don't know. We need him to settle in. We've got a lot of people. It's going to be a short leash at this point in time. But still, yeah, we'd love to get him to settle in and start making pitches and get some length out of him right here. We feel confident that we're going to get on the board. We sure would love to have gotten a knock right there with the table set. But still yet, I think we're going to be real competitive in this thing.
Yeah, we don't doubt it. For people who are seeing him for the first time, man, it is impressive with what he can do like that. Hey, Coach, thanks so much for being with us.
Hey, you got
Thanks,
it. Go
Waz.
Ducks.
Thank you, Waz.
Yeah, I mean, this just feels like Tim Lincecum, Roy Oswald type body, type arm. The curveball is special. 0-2. And he just dots what he wants to. I mean, that is probably, a half an inch off?
Well, just a sophomore, too. I mean, you get another year of this and another year of growth, and obviously he'll be a mainstay in that starting rotation next year. So there is a whole lot to like with Sanford, but obviously Texas jumped him right away.
Right on the corner, man. He went outside, came back, inside, picks up another strikeout, and those are starting to add up for him.
Timo's getting the best Mr. Sanford has to offer.
Yeah, he's going back saying, hold it. Everybody else going up there taking comfortable swings, and now I get 93 on the inside black to punch me out.
5 strikeouts. Adrian Rodriguez, middle of the order, a shortstop. Rodriguez with 4 homers. The outfield is playing fairly shallow, and the first breaking ball is a little bit high. You look out at left field, and Jax Jimenez he's in a lot.
This burned him last night with the same guy up.
Last night, Rodriguez hit a line shot that evaded him left center, ended up being a double, and now he's ahead 2-0. It's a tough decision, isn't it? Because this stuff is so good. Here you are, trailing, still very early. You have a guy out in the bullpen who's really good. Part of you has to think about tomorrow, but there is no tomorrow unless you win tonight. Right there was that swing. You guys talked about that injured hand. It's an interesting story for him. He hurt it, and he had surgery. They inserted a pin, and the pain never really went away, and it hurts when you swing and miss. You can see him grimace. Ultimately, they discovered he was allergic to the material in the pin. So they had to go back and take it out again. And he slowly, but certainly not fully, recovered from that. He's going to have to go back and see that surgeon again when the season is over.
He's a guy, too, this Texas coaching staff thinks if he could get himself healthy next year, he's a double-digit home run guy in the middle of the lineup and in the middle of the defensive positioning.
Yeah, 2-2, spoils one. When he makes contact, any type of contact, it doesn't hurt him. Not nearly as much as that swing and miss.
Yeah, I mean, the drive down the middle makes you smile a lot more than if you hit somebody's house like I did today. So I can understand that. Contact does make you feel a little bit better.
Did you ever speak to the poor people that were eating their breakfast when that ball came sailing into their kitchen?
I left them a note, and I put your number on it.
This with a 2-2. Rodriguez bats with 1 man down in the 3rd inning. Back-to-back homers to start this game off the bats of Aiden Robbins and Carson Tinney. And they get 2 more in the 2nd thanks to some walks and wild pitches. They lead it 4-1. With a win, they go to Omaha. 3-2 left field line. It is tailing foul. Is it a philosophy for Rodriguez because of this seeming desire to hit everything the other way?
Yeah, I think with 2 strikes, he just does a really good job of letting the ball travel. That seems to be his MO. You look at his spray chart, it's littered with balls to the left side of the field. And that's why Oregon's playing them where they are. They know that's what the numbers say. But when he flattens ones out to the backside like he did yesterday, he can shoot that alley. And this is what this lineup does to you. They just grind you down. 17 pitches and 2 at-bats. Regardless of whether he gets anything done or not, he has taken a big chunk of Will Sanford with him. And it's just hard to get a starting pitcher deep in a ball game against this lineup.
It's a great point. And if they get to Omaha, something to consider for the opponents that they will play. 72 pitches, top of the third, 1 down. And the 3-2. And this ball is hit towards that line. This one is going to be close. There's Carey in the corner and leaping, and in a foul territory makes the catch, and down he goes. Jax Jimenez, it looked like his arm on the top of the wall, made the catch.
Well, this was almost exactly what happened yesterday when he ran down there for a ball in the corner that he kind of overran. And it looked like for a second, guys, he was about to overrun this one too, and he just made an acrobatic save as he ran into the wall.
Yeah, it's that wall is fairly low down the left field line, and I think he hit the top of the wall when he came down.
Yeah.
Look at Waz. Waz having some fun with him. Look at him.
I think they like playing for that dude.
Yeah, no doubt.
There is a bit of a football head coach mentality.
And we talked about it yesterday. They take it on. I mean, you're so many teams, great teams, will so often take on the personality of their head coach and the coaching staff, and he allows them to do it. It's great.
He almost overruns it again, boys. Reaches back and then lands right on his ribs.
And that's padded. It's also cement. And you're going to get a great look at it right there. Fantastic catch by Jax Jimenez in left. We'll circle that one. And a breaking pitch to start off Ethan Mendoza. The way Rodriguez has swung the bat here the last couple of nights, you'd think maybe Jack Brooks, the center fielder, they double up in left. just give Jimenez some help over there.
So I think especially if you're going to throw fastballs away, that's where the ball's going. Now the danger would be if you hung a breaking ball.
It's been a fairly long inning, but he's got a chance to go 1, 2, 3. Sanford hasn't lost any of his swagger on the mound in spite of the fact that he's given up those 4 and the 2 homers. When you have the stuff he has, you shouldn't lose it. Back up the middle. That thing was turned around. 94 coming in. And it went out at 106.
Ethan Mendoza, pretty nice ball player, boys, and he's swinging the bat with a lot of confidence. Really good job right there, kind of gator arming a fastball that was running back into his belt. Watch how short the arms, how tight the turn is to this one. That's a ball that jams a lot of hitters, but he gets the sweet spot to it, evidenced by that exit velocity, and another first-class at bat by the Longhorn DH.
To extend the inning, and here's Larson. Breaking ball, and he's fouled behind home.
Okay.
Uh-oh.
All right.
But just saying hi.
Okay.
So we got a little chippy last night.
Yeah.
Thought there may be some carryover effect.
Helps to be 6'6" if someone's looking up at you, doesn't it? That one is foul straight back.
Maybe. Mendoza got a little leverage to him too, I think. That one could be interesting.
That's when you want to pick again, and you give your first baseman ability just to smack a tag down right away.
Here you go. No. Nope. There's no slap.
Well, it is an art form to go back into the bag, standing up to the inside part of the base with your right arm up, and then if a first baseman has to reach to catch a throw, you shorten his reach, and that oftentimes can lead to a ball down the right field line. You see Ethan Mendoza going right back to the inside part of that bag, and you don't let that first baseman go through your chest to catch the ball. It can get you some free bases throughout the course of the year.
Larson singled and scored his first time up on an 0-2. Fastball right by him at 93, and a little fist pump there from Will Sanford, who now has 6 strikeouts. What a play by Jax Jimenez in left field. He'll lead things off. He struck out his first time up, but he has reached in 35 straight games. And to this point, he's got the defensive play of the night. Into foul ground, up against the wall. It's a web gem. The Ducks coming up, down 4-1. You know, Georgia's offense is going to be in Omaha. North Carolina's great pitching is going to be in Omaha. West Virginia has been on an absolute roll. They're going to Omaha for the first time. And you see Ole Miss, Troy, and then the last 3 to be determined. There's a chance you end up with 5 SEC programs in Omaha as we continue to punch tickets to the 2026 College World Series, which starts next Friday.
Can it be true to say we have great diversity and 5 SEC teams? Can both those things be
seems
true?
like it. There's a pretty good chance it is going to happen. So yeah.
I mean, I know 5 from one league has never been done before, so that feels like you can't say that. But then we have these new teams.
You got 2 newcomers.
Yeah, you get the 2 newcomers, and of course, a blue blood North Carolina.
How about this one? Credit Rob Anderson on this. It is the first time in 40 years the 2 first-time teams in the College World Series have played each other. 40 years. I'm going to follow up on that in a minute.
Please.
40 years ago.
Yep.
Do you know who one of those teams was?
I'm going to say either Troy or West Virginia.
Well, no, they're first-time teams.
No, first-time teams.
Oh.
40 years ago. So your answer is incorrect.
Okay.
We're going to move on to my partner in the middle.
It's not LSU, is it?
It is LSU.
Good pull.
Well, he said it's not, so that doesn't really count.
40 years ago.
He was fishing for another opportunity.
40 years ago, they were a first-timer.
Yeah. Played Loyola Marymount.
So 40 years ago, they were a first-timer, and they've won all these
They've
series.
won 8 times. Yeah.
Skip. That's ball 4. It feels like an important inning here for both Oregon and Ruger Riojas. He walks the leadoff man. So Riojas, after that leadoff walk, will have to deal with Angel Laya. For the latest news, insights, in-depth analysis from the Super Regionals, visit ncaa.com. Jimenez, I should say, on Laya. Ground out to first.
It's getting a little wobbly here after it felt like he was really in command of the entire offering. It's all of a sudden just looks a little loose.
And usually it's the other way around. Usually with Ruger, it's loose and then gets tighter, meaning in a good way.
Yeah.
But a ground ball away from a double play. Slowly hit, fielded, and they will fire to first. Bad play, but look at the backup by Tinney and no advancement. That thing was slow off the bat. Becerra almost looked like he had forgot the double play, like it's not going to happen. Looked up and said, I actually got a chance.
Well, it was awkward from the jump. And are you going to flip it or are you going to take it yourself? You definitely didn't need to even throw that to first just because ball speed and runner speed, but looked like they were confused on how they were going to handle it. And then once Becerra took it himself and tried to gather, that was never going to get there in time. Fortunately for him, that doesn't turn into a free base for Oregon.
Weak contact. Here's Ryan Cooney, grounded out to third his first time up. It's Laya who stands there at first. 5 stolen bases on the season for him. It's not a team that runs very often, and that's a start of a strike.
Well, and if you're Riojas, you got to watch yourself here in the middle part of this order. This is just a 3-run ball game. You got a runner on first base. They're going to run a few hitters up here that can make this a 1-run ball game with one swing of the bat.
Talked about this sometime yesterday, but in this era of new players and names and fans needing to learn a new roster every year because you got however many portal guys, it's an Oregon lineup 1 through 9 that all started at Oregon. Every one of them that's come all the way through. And there's a few portal guys on the roster. There's none, but that is very rare, especially for the teams that have the success that Oregon has had this year.
Yeah, you just don't see it in the modern game.
No.
Maybe 4 or 5, but not 9 position players.
They're going to get most of them back.
1-1 after the last pitch, sailed way high. And that one was a little better, 95. Wazakowski's trying to build it back up. It started back in 1877. 1906 was the first recorded season. They went to the World Series in '54. The sport was cut in its entirety in 1982, reinstated in '09. And their home field has been a critical part and component, thanks to a couple of key figures, including Phil Knight, to rebuild it.
And now they're one of the best programs west of the Mississippi, one of the most consistent programs for sure.
One-two. Breaking ball on the ground, hit hard, may get 2 here. Becerra has it, fires low, safe at first base. Ryan Cooney.
Well, this is a classic case, boys. A one good throw leads to another, and Rodriguez, not a super clean transfer, and then a backside feed, which makes it really tough on your second baseman. Look how much Becerra has to reach for that throw, and if he gives him one on the glove side, watch, he's got to go all the way across his body, and that's just always going to be a long transfer and a slow throw. You give him a good glove side feed right there, and that could easily turn into a double play. What do we got here? We're reviewing the play at second?
I think he's talking about interference.
Well, the runner's still at second base. Are they reviewing the play at second?
Oregon is challenging the call of out at second base. Previous play is under review.
I was afraid they had made an interference call, but yeah.
Was Becerra's foot on the base? That's the question here.
Well, and you talked about the initial throw on the backside, taking him all the way to that side, and taking longer to get there. But Oregon is thinking maybe not only did it take him longer to get the transfer, that the foot came off. I know that you can tell from that one.
Typically, if the fielder feels his foot off the base, he'll go back and reach for it. I think he was on it when he caught it. I mean, you know whether you were on the bag or not when you catch it. So if you don't feel that, you usually just stop right there and go back for it.
Funny scene. The entire field is staring at the giant screen out in right. All the base runners, the coaches, all the players are looking for the angle that they are looking at in Pittsburgh to review it. I think, to your point, I think the foot was on the bag. I think the foot slipped off it after he had caught the ball.
I will also say this, though. If you've got two, this is a pretty good time to use one if it's this close. Because Oregon would still have one left.
It's almost simultaneous, isn't it?
It's moving that way. That's for sure.
Yeah, see, I think it's still on.
I think it stayed on long enough. I think
he's caught the ball for a while. Keep going backwards.
It's a good challenge.
Right there. See, his foot's still on top of the bag. That's a catch there. I mean, that's an out. You seeing what I'm saying?
Yes. Yeah, it's an important call because Drew Smith is coming up. Here is the call from our umpires and crew chiefs.
After review, the call at second is confirmed. Runners out. Oregon has one challenge remaining.
Well, guys, one thing I will tell you, Troy Tulowitzki is both the infield coach and the hitting coach, and he will admit he gives a lot of grace on the hitting side, not on the defensive side. And that is 2 balls in a row. I don't know, the first one could have been 2. That second one, I will tell you, he will not be happy with the fact they didn't turn that double play. It
was a half step at first base.
Yes, you got to get off the field in a championship environment with a ball like that.
So, with 1 man on and not 2, Drew Smith steps up, and he's been their best hitter in the tournament. As Riojas goes sidearm, and he misses inside. 8 hits in the tournament, 2 in the Super. A homer last night and a double, a couple of extra base hits. And the wind continues to blow out towards left. Riojas, 54th pitch. And line, this one is going to go into the corner. Cooney to third. He's being waved in. Here he comes. Drew Smith has done it again. His second double of the night, and the senior has led the Ducks back.
Well, you know that it has entered Drew Smith's mind. This could be the last college game he plays. And he's doing everything he can to make sure that's not the case. You got to break a ball that hangs in the middle of the zone, and he's put 2 really good swings on it so far today. Double out to right center now, double to left center. And this is what Oregon couldn't do last night, is get the hit in big spots, get the hit when guys get on. Now they do it with 2 outs, and that double down the line cuts into the Texas lead, now just 2 runs.
How important was that play at second base? You'd have a 1-run game. Jaxa sends one into right field. Smith is being waved in. It's picked up. It's 4-3. Back-to-back clutch hits for the Ducks. Ryan Cooney and Drew Smith. Braden Jatska now has added to it, and it is a 1-run game.
I'm not knocking the shift, okay, because there's reasons you do it because of what the entire season tells you. However, twice today it's been balls like this that are not hit hard at all, and it's not for Jaxa, but you can see where Becerra starts up the middle, and this ball's just hitting it's in a spot that you can't get it. Defensive position is built on the entirety of the season. There's a very specific reason why you do it. However, when it gets beat and it looks like that, a ball that does not come off the bat, sometimes it's just a little bit tougher to swallow.
Change up there to Berkeley Mabius. He swings through it.
It also feels like with that shift that he's hiding behind the pitcher. He didn't get as bad a jump on that one, and he wasn't going to catch it either way, but his positioning almost feels like he's hiding himself behind Riojas.
They've made a lot of contact this inning against Riojas. Not there, though. It's 0-2. And I'm sure now the Tulowitzki conversation is maybe a little bit more animated.
Yeah, because this is a 4-1 ball game. You turn a double play.
Yep. 0-2, runner off, throw down, it's a good one, safe. Jaxa, the freshman, steals another one. That's his 7th, and it was a close play. Oregon giving Texas a little bit of its own medicine.
Yeah, I think it's the right arm at Jackson. It looks like it gets in there all the way on the outside part of the bag. He just reaches it, gets definitely around the tag.
Wow.
I think he got a little bit torque, thinking maybe Rodriguez trying to push him off the bag because he popped up right away.
Yeah, there's aggressive tag there at the end.
Chance to tie it. Can they come up with another big hit? Maybe it's rolls one over. And the flip to Riojas. Hey, the Ducks quack a little bit here in the bottom half of the 3rd. 1 run in the 2nd, 2 more here. We got a brand new ball game. Bring it on, baby. We have punched tickets, and we are looking to fill out the field here. We could conceivably do that tonight. 5 of the 8 have been determined. Omaha, the ultimate destination, or as Jim Schlossnagel puts it, the pearly gates of college baseball. Take a look at the 2 brackets. The left side has West Virginia and Troy on top, North Carolina and Ole Miss. What a game that's going to be. It all starts on Friday. Schedule has yet to be determined. But those 4 teams are going. Ole Miss, last time they were there was 2022. Mike Bianco is going back. Kansas, Oklahoma, Sooners lead there. Alabama leads as well. And Georgia just outlasted Mississippi State. That's really what it felt like in a true dog fight between those 2 teams. Back here feels like a big inning. Casey Borber leads things off for the starting pitcher, Will Sanford. He's about to throw his 80th and has done so with a strike to get ahead. 5 starts this season with 100 or more pitches. Career high is 112 against Indiana. And Borba, that one missed away.
It seems like he's found it. That 3rd inning, he found it. And you're starting to see the true stuff profile of Sanford right here. We'll see. Texas could jump him like they did early, but it seems like the one factor that will hurt him the most right now is just that pitch count that they've done a good job of working up. Over 80 here in the 4th inning.
Well, the way this thing looked in the 2nd, if he could give them 4 full, I think they'd be pleased.
Two-one underneath it. This one's hanging up there, giving chase. Oh, off the glove of Smith. What an effort.
Don't forget, Drew Smith played some outfield in his Oregon career, and he was tracking that thing like he really felt like he was going to be able to finish that play off. And Not an easy angle coming from third base. You see him have to avoid the third base umpire and then try to catch that thing over the shoulder. He almost pulled it off.
Yeah, good appreciation, too, he had for the wall. It's obviously just a different warning track in color only. Third time in as many years that Smith earned a spot in the all-regional tournament team. And again, as Berkey just mentioned, he did it at 3 different positions. Swing and a miss, another strikeout. 7 on the night for Sanford, and he's rolling right now.
Yeah, tonight where he's been hurt on the fastballs, that fastball that gets down. And where he hasn't been hurt is a fastball that's right here, the one that he can elevate. The velocity has been 92, 93. It's been a little bit more, but it's not been as high as we've seen it this year from Sanford. However, the carry out of fastball is still there. And if he can keep it there when he gets into plus counts and get a swing because it's just up and out of the zone, those are the ones he'll have success with.
That Flora right there is the pitching coach of this team, and here comes Pendergrass. He swings at the first one, ground ball the second. Cooney, that's a helper right there for Sanford. And there are 2 down. You mentioned Drew Smith, of course, who says how special a place this is, one that comes since he was 5 or 6. It feels like he offensively is taking on a lot of the responsibility. You watch Sanford's body language, I think he's feeling responsible for what happened early and doing his level best to get his team back in this.
Well, and it gives you some juice, Ravi, when your team punches back, right?
Yes.
Now you really feel like you're right in this thing.
How does he handle Aiden Robbins, the leadoff hitter? His misses have been minuscule. Robbins a home run and a walk. You're looking at 2 major leaguers right here, Sanford and Robbins.
It really is interesting from a body type standpoint how much Sanford reminds me of Gage Wood. Now, Wood was doing this at 97 to 99 with the same kind of metrics, but both about 6 foot tall. They kind of look like high school running backs, and we'll see if Sanford has that kind of jump in him in year 3 the way Gage Wood did at Arkansas.
I wonder what the impact of the Robbins first inning homer had on Sanford's desire to give him something else that is now back-to-back walks for Robbins.
It has looked nibbly, has it not?
Yeah.
You've gone back to that one a few times tonight. I don't think I had heard it until tonight, but I got a feeling it's not leaving.
We need a Burke dictionary.
Woody Williams used, anytime a pitcher would do that, he would yell from the dugout, "Nibbler!"
Tinney also with a homer in the first. That's how this game started. Back-to-back blasts from those 2. Yeah, that one caught a piece of the plate.
15 years later, and I'm pulling out a new word. I'm pleased, KP.
Nibbly.
You'll hear it again.
Well, that was helped by the right shoulder of Travis Eggert. Otherwise, scoring position for Robbins. It was going to get by.
That's a pretty good job by Robbins right there because, I mean, 9 times out of 10, watch where this ball ends up. And this thing is spinning when it gets there. And it comes off just enough. He got an assist, too. And Robbins
Yeah, he
thinking
just
about
holds his ground.
season.
Yep.
It hit Travis Eggert, home plate umpire, and that's the only thing that saved it from going to the backstop right there.
One thing we've seen with Mabius, you do not want to get caught too far off the base unless you are certain you're going to make it.
A magical season for Tinney. 58 RBIs, 22 homers. Ooh, he got one to hit there, and he sent it straight back. Reached on a homer and a single on a ball that deflected off the glove of Smith at third base. The Notre Dame transfer will not get one before a throw goes over. Pretty elite history of catchers at the university here, and Tinney will certainly be added to that list. 1-2, sawed off. Into right field it goes. Robbins puts the brakes on as the throw comes in from Laya. Again, we have seen Milwaukee get sawed off. You see another strong guy, Tinney, who's able to muscle it out into right.
This one right here has got all the makings to be a big-time battle.
Yeah.
Will Sanford trying to post a 0 here to keep his team in it, and Anthony Pack Jr., who can stack an AB together about as well as anybody in the country.
Too far in to Pack, who's got the presence of an upperclassman, though only a freshman.
I do like the idea of crowding him with a fastball. He is very comfortable taking the fastball the other way. That time they tried to steal a strike inside with a fastball, just missed.
He takes there. They have worked really hard with Pack on being able to go the other way. Instead of being pull crazy, the freshman of the year in the conference, and certainly one of those that would be considered a freshman of the year in the country. It's got a 2-0 count. Did he go? No, it's 3 balls, no strikes with Becerra in the on-deck circle. Robbins, who's out there at second base, has been instrumental on the development of Anthony Pack Jr. He was telling us the other day, basically spend every day with Anthony Pack Jr. on the baseball field and then off the baseball field to get to know him, show him the ropes about what it means to be a Longhorn. And that's really more of an upperclassman talking, and somebody who, of course, transferred in, but has embraced the burnt orange.
Oh, it felt like the impact had been both ways. I mean, it felt like Anthony Packett had as much impact on Aiden Robbins as the other way around. It just tells you the level of maturity of this young man.
Here comes the big pitch of this plate appearance. Robbins and Tinney both lead off, second and first. 2 down and a 3-1 to the 3-hole hitter. Bases loaded after a walk. Is there a punchback from the Longhorns after Oregon got 2? And it may not be. Will Sanford throwing the punch. 98 pitches. And one of the filthier relievers, assuming it's Tanner Bradley coming in, will have the challenge of taking on Temo Becerra with the bases loaded. Fellas, in the midst of the NBA and Stanley Cup Finals, Major League Baseball hits the air Thursday at 7 o'clock Eastern Time. It's the Mariners who have moved into first place in the AL West, and the Orioles. You can catch it on ESPN, stream live on the ESPN app. Tigers beat them today, Seattle 5-4. Kevin McGonigal, a homer. He walked it off in a 5-4 win. They scored 2 in the bottom of the ninth. Meantime, back here, Will Sanford now gave his team a chance after getting ambushed in the first with a couple of back-to-back homers, and he hands it off to one of the best in the business.
He's been so good this year. And for Tanner Bradley, he's not necessarily a short stint guy. He's on for the 31st time, but he's worked 51 innings. Look at the swing and miss. Just 24 hits in those 51 innings. He's punched out 79. Comes in now with the bases loaded.
And the first one to Becerra misses wide. His changeup is the swing and miss go-to pitch. It's 1-0. It's 2-0. Again, a reminder, the winner, if it's Texas, to Omaha. If it's Oregon, a Game 3, winner take all, go to Omaha tomorrow night. Becerra. 3 balls and no strikes. Same pitch.
Yeah, a little amped up right there. You're going to throw a 2-0 breaking ball. You got to throw with the intent in the zone. That looked like he was trying to get a chase. Think they're into it, boys?
Right down Broadway. Interesting, too, just the way that Sanford had handled Becerra. 2 strikeouts, both caught looking.
Just looked like he had run out of gas.
Yeah. Tanner Bradley, 3-1. Yeah, he landed another one. What a pitch. Wow, what a funky looking pitch that was.
It's got some Bugs Bunny action to it. 3-1 changeup right there. The arm action looks like he's trying to throw it through the backstop. Got a feeling you may see that one again right here.
You do, and he does it. Wow, what a performance by Bradley. That gets Sanford out to greet him. He's the first man there, other than an umpire, to say thank you. They leave him loaded. It was 3-0.
Mr. Bradley, then it was 2 straight changeups. That one's not easy to hit. We got a good one in Austin tonight. To the bottom of the 4th, Ducks trail Texas by 1.
We are back. The NCAA Baseball Super Regional is presented by Capital One. Jim Schlossnagle, of course, the head man at Texas, looking to take this team back to Omaha for the 39th time. What are you seeing out of Riojas as this game has progressed?
He's left a few balls up, and then we've had some balls that just beat the positioning we were in, which really stinks. But sometimes you get those right, and sometimes it works the other way.
And lastly, you saw Bradley throw that changeup 3 times. I spoke to you before the game. You know what that pitch could be.
Yeah, he's super effective, and I thought we had him on the ropes there, and but he did a nice job executing the pitch. It's a tough pitch. That's why he's got the numbers he has.
Coach, thanks.
All right, thanks.
So it feels like even down a run, maybe the momentum has moved to the Oregon Ducks dugout. And it's now Milwaukee. Ooh.
71 on that breaking ball.
That's where you go back to. Sometimes he does stuff that you don't see very often. I mean, he's probably thrown a pitch 71 miles an hour 15 or 20 times all year.
If there was a home run derby, you would absolutely have this guy in it, as it's 1 ball and 1 strike. And he's got homer power of 500 feet, especially with the wind, but he's blasted one 496 and 471.
I think Milwaukee and Tenney we could have some fun watching those two go back and forth. As far as exit velocities, you get 2 of the top 5 guys in the country here in this ball game with Milwaukee and Tenney.
One and two, a couple of breaking balls. He will not chase there. Milwaukee is from Utah. And literally and figuratively burst onto the scene this season for the Ducks. His fiance, Brinley Peterson, is in the stands there, kind of anxiously watching. Will be out of her seat if he can get a hold of one. 3-2, lifted, foul. And this one is drifting after a look from Larson into the seats.
Well, it's a fascinating hitter to watch operate, and I think probably pretty tricky to call pitches against because it's hard to tell what he's on. You feel like you can fool him, and then he hits the ball 400 feet, and you're just not sure.
Well, especially when you get to 3-2, because the chase is there. But it's 7 walks, 56 strikeouts this year. But at 3-2, you got to operate a little bit differently.
Chase the cheddar up top, and he is gone as Milwaukee retired for the first time. He had 7 homers in his last 12 games.
That's what's got him this year, is when he makes contact, it's as loud as anybody. But there is a lot of swing and miss and a lot of chase. This is ball 4. It's definitely a fastball up and out of the zone, but Riojas takes advantage of that aggressiveness at the plate and gets a strikeout here to start the 4th.
Maddox Maloney is the shortstop, and he bats 8th. Brooks, the center fielder, on deck. That's hit, line drive caught by Borba at 3rd. A rocket at 102 miles an hour. And the hot corner third baseman Borba was ready.
Ruger smiling there. That's one he knows he kind of stole one. Some loud contact here off the bat of Maloney, and Borba, great job being in a low position, athletic spot to start from so that you can make that crossover move and make that play, save your pitcher a 1-out base hit.
2 down for Brooks. The frame job by Tinney did not work with Travis Eggert behind the plate. 1 ball, no strikes. Casey is such a great baseball name, isn't it?
Casey?
Yeah. I think Casey Borba screams third base baseball player.
Okay. I'll buy it.
There's been a few Caseys at the plate. Sean Casey.
Okay. You're convincing me.
I need to do more.
Keep going. Yeah, keep going.
Casey Blake.
Casey at the bat. Casey at the bat. Famous.
Yeah,
okay.
He's got a big statue.
You mentioned that.
Casey Blake. All right.
Your guy, the mayor.
We're gaining on it.
Wait, we bought into Nibley.
That's right. Come on. Turn the favor here.
3-1.
I'm trending.
It's trending.
Yeah.
Casey as a baseball player name trending. 3-1, 9-hole hitter with Jimenez on deck. 3-2 for the dancing Riojas there on the bump at 96 miles an hour.
Holding that velo.
Crowd trying to help Ruger Riojas. And he missed inside. Walking the 9-hole hitter, Jack Brooks.
Well, you're also walking the best base steal on this Oregon team. We talked as a club, they don't run a ton, but nobody runs more than Brooks. He's 16 of 19 this year in stolen bases.
Good fight back from Oregon in this game after being down 4-0 into the bottom of the second. And the changeup specialist now in the game for them. Jimenez, a strikeout and a walk tonight. And this one is on a line to right. Robbins is right there. And that will end the fourth. Riojas threw it. It's 4-3. When we come back, Adrian Rodriguez steps to the plate. Absolutely elated by what's going on in the NBA Finals. And Game 3 tips off Monday night. It's a 2-0 New York Knicks lead. They go back to the Garden. NBA tip-off will lead things off at 8 Eastern, followed by the game at 8:30. Watch it on ABC or stream it live on the ESPN app. Jalen Brunson has carte blanche for that city for the rest of his life.
I think he has earned that.
Is that guy a winner?
Yes.
College national championship, now staring down the teeth of one in the NBA as well. Special dude.
Tanner Bradley came on, and my goodness, was that changeup we saw crazy after he fell behind Temo Becerra with the bases loaded. 3-0 and came back with 3 straight Bugs Bunny changeups. And he interestingly started them with 3 sliders that were all off the plate.
The biggest environment you've ever entered in your life. You start 3-0 and come back and strike the guy out with the bases loaded. That
with 3-1 changeup and a 3-2 changeup.
Incredible.
It's 1-1. Yeah, there it is again. You know, oftentimes those that were on the Texas side will tell you he forces you to swing at it, and often it doesn't end up in the strike zone. These have all been in the strike zone.
You know what this reminds you of a little bit is it's like the Volantis curveball, the pitch that you can't really prepare for.
He golfs one, and this one is being chased by both Jimenez, and it lands foul by about 2 feet. Smith couldn't get there, and Jimenez couldn't either.
That's another one. It's not exactly where he wanted to throw it, but it's so different than the action that you see from anybody else. Volantis is curveball. It's so different the action you see him. And this is, watch the swing. And it looks like cricket.
It's actually a fairly high spin changeup. 2200 is on the higher side of it.
But he gyros it so well that it just, gravity just shoves that thing down as it gets to home plate.
No, you can't. I remember facing Johan Santana's changeup, and you see him make the best hitters in the world look stupid. Trevor Hoffman and
Pedro.
You couldn't wait to get in there and look at it just to feel dumb for yourself.
You look forward to that?
Yes.
Okay.
Now, when you're this age, you think, wait till I face him, I'm going to hit it off the wall. When you get older, you go, well, if he's making that guy look dumb, then I don't have much of a chance. But let's have fun.
2-2. There it is. That's a little heater inside, and it just fools you at 92. Rodriguez dropped the bat.
And that's the one you've seen that reaction before that starts bothering the hand. That's the one thing with Bradley is he's not flipping a fastball in there at 86. Like there's enough giddy up that at some point he's going to throw you the changeup, and he can still beat you with this.
Ooh.
That's 92 on the inside part, and the look on Rodriguez's face tells you all you need to know about how that follow-through felt on that hand.
You wonder if that grimace before the foul ball that he was swinging at was almost anticipating the pain that might come from it. The fastball lands at the bottom of the zone as Rodriguez was retired. He had multiple hits in all 4 NCAA tournament games. Did number 24, and he is 0 for tonight. 0 for 3. Mendoza is 1 for 2.
Well, when Bradley can throw the glove side fastball, two-seam fastball to into lefties and away to right-handers, and then turn that changeup out of that same window, that combination is just going to be very difficult to defend. Mixing in a breaking ball too, and first time through the order here, these Texas guys are just going to have to
kind of taking notes.
Yeah, I mean, this is just a tall task here before you've gotten a look at him for yourself.
Well, he's not going anywhere either. I mean, Bradley coming in where he did in the ball game. He's gone as far as 4 1/3 this year.
Did you just say that's gross?
I didn't, but it would be accurate. I think
I thought you did.
I think somebody else in your ear did, but
we were all thinking it.
Yeah.
Weak contact. Jimenez, late jump. He's now there, and he makes the play. Sanford started it, handed it over to Bradley, and he has retired all 3 that he has faced.
He settled it down, hadn't he?
I really thought Sanford settled it down. And yeah, he certainly left him with sort of a settled ocean out there.
You mean the bases loaded?
Yeah.
A settled ocean. It's a really big ocean.
Is that what we're calling that?
It was windy.
You had high waves? That one missed off. What would Tulo or anyone else tell the hitters about having to deal with this?
Well, the first thing you try to do is comp him to somebody after you've watched a bunch of reps about it. Try to find somebody that these guys have seen that you would comp him to. And then, of course, in today's world, they have so much technology to try to mimic the shape of pitches through their pitching machines that they have down in their hitting facility. So you show it to them, you try to give them a comp, and then you rep it best you can on some sort of artificial look. But there is no experience like facing it for yourself.
That's a 4-pitch walk to Ashton Larson, a rare one. A lot of times with change-up pitchers, they will encourage the hitter to move up in the box and try to get it before it dives. Is that an appropriate approach?
It's not a bad idea, yeah, to try to make him feel comfortable and shorten your time you would need to wait. There are very few hitters, though, that actually feel comfortable changing their position in the box.
Casey Borb has been comfortable in the box with his power this season. That one nearly got him. Of course, the mic drop on Casey's in baseball is Casey Stengel.
There we go.
And now you're
winning.
on board.
You're winning. sinker has real depth too. And again, he's doing a nice job with pitch selection where that fastball jumps at 91 after the 78-mile-an-hour changeup. And see, Texas guys just not very comfortable right now.
He missed badly there. It's a 4-3 game in the top of the 5th. All the high leverage arms, including Bradley, available. Texas has some questions about the bridge to Cozart. It doesn't appear as if their lefty specialist, Hayden LaFew, is available. And that may make things even more challenging for Texas as we get later in this game. Wow, way wide there.
Yeah, these are nervy decisions here. One-run game. You're playing to go to Omaha, and your margin is nothing. You got to fire your best bullets to try to hold on to this lead. But if it doesn't go your way, you're left pretty thin for a game 3.
Got him on the shoulder, and he looks back out. He's talking to Bradley, is Borba. Home plate umpire, Travis Eggert. Make sure to get in between the two of them. So you do move Larson down there to second base as Borba gets hit. And now the 9-hole hitter for the Longhorns.
I can promise you he's not trying to hit him with a slider in a spot like this. And you've been hit a lot more than I. I think last time I was hit I was like 14. So I mean, it still doesn't feel good, but there's zero intent on that.
And the Texas hitters have definitely been the aggressors in these 2 games. There's been a lot of body language being sent from the Texas offense out towards the Oregon mound. And Borba just kind of stacking on that there with not taking too kindly to wearing that slider off the shoulder.
Darian Pendergrass coming up right now. The last at bat, he swung at the first pitch and had been pretty patient up to that point. Worked a couple walks, was hit last night, walked earlier today.
What are the odds he swings at the first one here, KP?
You know what Blutarski's GPA was in Animal House? 0.0. There's your odds.
All right.
So if that's the case, can Bradley land one in the strike zone? Sure can. Maybe he was thinking along with Blutarski. It is now 0-1.
Very convicted answer by UKP. Confirmed.
Pendergrass looking to do something special as he steps in with a .242 average and watches one miss away. One more time, the outfield of Jimenez, Brooks, and Laya. Very shallow, good arm in right field and in left. 1-1 to Pendergrass with Larson off second. That's beautiful right there.
Front door changeup with a whole bunch of horizontal break. How about 21 inches of horizontal break on a front door changeup? That's a tough pitch to pull the trigger on.
That's more than the width of home plate.
Finalist for the stopper of the year. Here's the 1-2. Pendergrass is able to foul it off. That's off, 2-2. First team all Big Ten selection. He and Drew Smith. 1.83 ERA, 26 games, 69 strikeouts. The 2-2, he stays with it.
Pendergrass put together a pretty nice AB right here. And you just feel like the deeper it goes, the better chance you have against that changeup. He's now seen about 3 of them here in this at-bat. Still hasn't been quite on time, but at least recognizing it enough to fight it off.
And a high chopper. It's fielded cleanly by Bradley. The underhand flip to first for the out. They will strand 2 and bring up the heart of the Ducks order. Laya, Cooney, and Smith, who's already 2 for 2 with a couple of doubles when we come back to Austin and the Supers.
Omaha is always packed with superpowers. But nearly every year, there's also a party crasher.
What a shot!
This year, there are more super hungry programs that either haven't been here before or haven't been back since last century. Wrecking balls to cause chaos.
Unbelievable weekend.
Sounds super powerful, doesn't it?
Amen to that. It sure does. We cannot wait to get to Omaha next week. First game's on Friday with a whole bunch of newcomers. West Virginia will be there in force, Troy, and they're very animated, fun. Head coach will be there. Got a chance to have 5 SEC teams there as well. Laya leading things off, and he looks at one down the middle to go 1 ball, 1 strike.
Last time we had the Rebels in Omaha, it was kind of an Ole Miss takeover, so I'm excited to see that part 2.
I got a feeling the Mountaineers are going to show up.
Back up the middle, off of him. It's going to be a very tough play, and they throw to first. Safe. Good effort by Rodriguez. That one dinged off of Riojas, and in the end, it ends up being a leadoff single for Angel Laya.
Rodriguez did all he could possibly do to try to finish that one off. Looks like it catches Ruger in the backside there, maybe on the thigh actually. And Rodriguez does a nice job of taking a sharp angle and bare hand and throw all in one motion. That right foot down and rip it, just a really nice play, but the length of Laya beats it by a half step.
Leadoff man aboard in a 1-run game. Texas wins, they go to Omaha. Oregon can force a game 3 tomorrow. Ryan Cooney's hit the ball on the ground a couple of times, so he squares and pulls back and lines it over the shortstop's head. Good piece of hitting by Ryan Cooney, and the Ducks got something cooking here in the bottom of the 5th.
It's a lost art. We just don't see this very much, but they were working on an MVP
first
all 3 days.
We had the first round for every hitter. This is their first 3 swings, is what you call a slash. You're going to square to bunt, pull it back all in one motion, and you're going to, any strike, you're going to try to put that thing in play. And it's amazing how that move will help a hitter really shorten their entire path. So you see the defense shift. Yeah. And it didn't matter because it's a rocket to the gap, but Boy, it's been a minute since we seen a well-executed
And
slash.
Smith does it, and he almost got hit. He got out of the way.
Well, this is one of the things that we talked about with Oregon is they can play the power game. They've hit over 100 home runs. They can also play what some will call the West Coast game, where they force you to defend in ways that you haven't had to defend in regularly during the course of the season.
Smith has been Mr. Clutch for this team.
You got to let him swing here, don't you? As
He's
good as
got
he's
two
going.
doubles.
That's what you probably do now.
I would have said after the first one for sure, but hard to give up an out right here when he's swinging it as well as he is.
Holds the modern era program record. He had a 20-game hit streak. He's got 2 hits tonight. They're down a run with nobody out and 2 on. Pops it up. Foul. Wow, they went back to that same play.
Yeah, I don't.
With their number 3-4 hitter.
I mean, he went deep last night. He's got doubles on both sides of the field tonight. I mean, obviously they got their style and there's certain ways they want to play it, but this one surprises me, especially in a 2-0 count. If you're going to do it early, fine, but 2-0 count, I would have thought that he got 1 green light.
He's got 5 3-hit games this year. The first baseman Larson is way in. He is squared again.
Watch the slash.
On a 2-1. And he does put down a beautiful one. Riojas fires.
Ooh.
Got him by half a step. Well, we'll see if that decision pays off. They move them both up into scoring position. There's now 1 out.
Riojas, probably the most athletic pitcher that Texas has, and if it's not him out there based on where that bunt was placed by Smith, it's bases loaded, nobody out for Oregon. That was well done.
Now the heat on the freshman here. You bunt him over to give him a chance, and you talk about a big spot who he left on 5 in his first 2 at-bats yesterday, and now he gets another chance here, second and third and 1 out. High pressure situation for a young player.
It's been a little bit of a different story tonight with their ability to come up with the big hits. Last night they left 17 men on. It didn't feel as if there was a possibility they would do that again.
Ethan Walker, the left-hander, was up and starting to throw in that Texas bullpen.
Remember, this started with Laya with a single off the back of Riojas. And much of this season has been dictated by the play of the freshman for Oregon. Here is another one in Braden Jackska. Laya and Cooney scoring position. First pitch misses. Considered a top prospect in the majors. One ball, 1 strike. 35 RBI on the season. Hung up there. But it's 1-2.
That was that slow one again. It's the second time he's thrown it today. That one at 71, a pitch after the fastball came in at 94. Now a big spot for the freshman in a 2-strike count.
He's the first baseman. Kylie McDaniel, our scouting expert, draft expert, said the best prospect on the team because he can catch long term. 1-2, will not chase.
Good take right there. That was the firmer breaking ball. Slowed him down with the big loopy one, went to the short downer there, and Jackson does look settled.
Yeah, he's taken 2 sliders in this at-bat. He took the first pitch of the at-bat and then that one right there. That were both out of the zone.
Get a pair of home runs in the Big Ten tournament. Dove in 2 against Yale in the regional. There are 2 out there right now, and the 2-2. Fouled off at the plate. Another super regional and a super ball game as we are in the bottom of the 5th. A little high. And that's just a good take. He does look composed, man. All their freshmen look really composed.
Maybe not early yesterday, but they're starting to settle in, it feels like.
'89th pitch of the evening for Ruger Riojas.
Those are some really good takes, man. Really good takes, and that was one he hadn't seen a whole at bat.
Is there anything left in Riojas' tank? It's going through the mind of Jim Schlossnagle. What do you guys think?
Well, if you had LeFew here, this is where you'd insert him, and they don't. So do you feel like Riojas at 90 pitches has more in the tank than Ethan Walker? It looks like Luke Harrison isn't an option currently, so I would stay here.
Yeah, and he's got Crossland up and throwing too. Max Winter, the pitcher coach, out. And generally, when he comes out that fast, it's not to make a pitching change. Schloss generally makes those. Bases loaded. He's got Crossland, the right-hander, up. He got Walker, the left-handed, up. Walker doesn't walk anybody. Crossland, freshman, coming in the spot. I'm not quite sure if that's the one you want to put him in, but it looks like right now they will stay with Riojas.
Chance for Riojas to get a little breather. So the guy that does catch, while Jackson may project as a catcher down the road, is Berkeley Mabius. Struck out and grounded out to first. Oregon trailed this game 4-0. Berkeley is 2 for 9 with the bases loaded this year. Laya, Cooney, Jackson, the base runners. First pitch poured in there, 95 miles an hour. Berkeley on the ground. It's going to bring in the run to tie the game. They get the out at first base as Larson held onto it, but it's a brand new ball game on Berkeley Mabius' ground out to second to tie it.
Well, situational hitting has been much better in this game. Still not that monster blow that clears the bases, but at least cashing in on some of the opportunities that they're giving themselves.
Well, speaking of freshmen, what an opportunity for Nalivo Lewacki. Good one to get started, 0-1. The inability to drive in the runs last night, still 5 of their 7 runs in the Supers have come with 2 outs. Be careful of throwing one down so that it doesn't get by and allow Cooney to score, who's got a massive lead there at third. Again, Friendly Peterson, fiance of the man at the plate, Nalivo Lewacki. Got him, another slider, and Riojas very fired up and animated coming off the bump. Boys, we got one here tonight. We are through 5, and the Ducks have fought their way back.
Boy, you need your dude to make a big pitch to get off the field. A tight breaking ball. Milwaukee comes up empty, and we got ourselves a tie one headed to the 6th.
Now, boys, early noise in this one, and our Capital One rewarding performance takes us back to the first.
Yeah, how about back-to-back pumps by the 1 and 2 hitters in this Texas lineup. Tenney off the right center field scoreboard, Robbins into the left field seats, and a big statement made early in this ball game where in the second inning it looked like Texas was going to roll again, and since then Oregon has punched back.
We witnessed history tonight, and we're witnessing now those same two to lead off the inning, and that first pitch from Bradley is in there for a strike to Robbins. You get ahead, and all of a sudden you introduce that challenging changeup of his. 0-1. Up a little bit, and he missed. So in some ways, they bunt Smith, they move the runners up, they get the run to tie the game. But in effect, he took the bat out of Drew Smith's hands, and he was 2 for 2 with a couple of doubles. Inside.
I think a lot of why I didn't like it was the time of the game. You're still in the early middle innings of the baseball game, and I just, playing for one at that point, didn't feel like the aggressive move.
Whoa, watch it. Changed up, sends the bat all the way down and almost into the seats.
This is what you get with Bugs Bunny changeups.
What I'd like is, I mean, we get every other rating. I want a TrackMan rating on distance right here, because this may be as far as I've ever seen a bat fly.
How about the exit velo on it? What do you think?
That's a fair one.
I mean, it's got to be, that's 150 feet. He just threw the bat at least. That's how far I want to throw my wedge today at one point.
But back to the bunt. I just think are we playing for one? Do we think we can get 3? To be fair, though,
it'd be guys on second and third. I mean, the position they were in, it'd be guys on second and third. So a base hit does score 2.
Correct. Yeah, good point.
He got him. Boy, that filthy changeup sends Robbins back for the first time tonight. I think the other part of that conversation has to do with how we feel with who they have on the mound the rest of the way and who we have on the mound the rest of the way.
Definitely a lot of factors that go into play there. But I think Waz he wanted to get this game tied up and was willing to sacrifice his best hitter to do it. And ultimately that move paid off. But that's the kinds of chess these guys are playing as these games unfold.
Timmy turns away from the first one. Homer, a hard shot to third off the glove of Smith. They called it a single in the fourth.
I am interested to see the second time the Texas hitters have seen Bradley. If there's an adjustment to what this is, because you can go back and tell everybody anything you want, but it's not going to be the same until everybody's seen it.
And Becerra was first, correct?
Yes. Timo Becerra was first. And he struck him out. Remember the waves and the water?
Oh, I do.
Bases loaded?
I do.
Yeah.
That easy situation.
Comfortable ocean.
Will Sanford left him.
I think Bradley's comfortable in most situations on the mound. Because of that. Back-to-back punchies of Robbins and Tenney. 4th strikeout since he came in.
Okay, so often the swings of the hitter tells you how good the stuff is. It's pretty straightforward. Here's the swings of the hitter against the changeup. It's Becerra on the swing and miss. It's a cricket shot to left. All the way out in front of it. And then just the last two from 2 of the best hitters. Aiden Robbins threw his bat 150 feet on a changeup, and then he struck him out the next pitch with it. Then he just got Tenney. It is, from a swing and miss standpoint with the pitch, Pack just got hit. I mean, it's as good a changeup as there is in the country. But again, he's going to be out there a while. He's gone 4 1/3 this year. I would assume that they get Bell up at some point. He probably follows him, but they're going to have to knock him out of the ball game before Waz goes and gets him tonight. And rightfully so.
69 pitches, 4 1/3, as you mentioned. That was against Arizona back on the 27th of February. Got to believe with a changeup coming in at the speed it will, and Pack now on the bases. He'll try to create something to score a run. But Berkeley Mabius has been locked down behind the plate. This is a ground ball to short, fielded cleanly, and a one pitch out of Temo Becerra. Second time he saw him. He struck out and grounded out. 4-4, bottom 6 coming up. Matt, so we're going to wait a little bit longer. And
thanks for the good news, Schick.
Yeah. We may have a game 3 here. It may be a resumption of 2 games and a game 3 if Oregon, who has made their way all the way back into this thing, can get to Riojas here in the bottom of the 6th. It starts 8-9-1 with Maloney. How much is left in the tank of Ruger Riojas? In a tie game, Harrison is obviously not an option. In a 1 or 2 run game, may not have been an option. Would be available to pitch tomorrow. 94, and he swung through it.
Does the game being tied make it easier to manage for Schloss or harder at this point?
Oh, I think he's all in to win today. They go down 1, it may change it a little bit, but not yet.
Bunt, and that's foul.
Because we can't forget they're the visiting team tonight.
Yep.
So that changes everybody's calculus as well. Such a fascinating format when you want to go all in to win this one, but you have to at least have a thought about the fact that there could be a game tomorrow.
We have the resumption of those games tomorrow at noon and 1. If there's a game 3 in this series, it'll be tomorrow night at 8 Eastern, 7 local, and it can be seen on ESPN2. Really good take by Maloney. It does feel like there's been a little bit of a mirror here tonight between what Oregon's done, which is usually what Texas does. They did steal a base. They've been a little more patient at the plate. Riojas isn't getting the chase, I don't think, that he's used to. And 2-2, and he pulled it wide, 3-2.
Well, he's certainly not getting the chase that Volantis did, and that just shows you how different that breaking ball is.
That was an interesting conversation with a variety of different coaches on the Oregon staff about what Volantis did last night. 3-2, this one hit pretty well to right center field, but that is Pendergrass who's over there to make the play, and there's one down in the 6th. So Matt Schick back in the studio, just set the schedule. Kansas, Oklahoma will be suspended, as will Alabama St. John's. One's in the 3rd, one's much later. And Georgia's already waiting. They have punched it on the right side of the bracket. It starts the whole thing 2 o'clock Eastern time on ESPN on Friday. The Lady Longhorns, they were the College World Series champions again on the softball side. There you see the reminder tomorrow, 8 Eastern on ESPN2 if necessary. He's over 100 pitches, fellas. This is the 4th game he has done that. His career high, 119 against Kansas last year. He still finds it there. So with regards to Volantis, Wallace said he looked back at the tape and said, you know what, a lot of it I thought was on our guys swinging. He said, I looked at the pitches, and a lot of them, especially when he needed them, were strikes, and they were really good pitches. This one is slashed the other way. Meantime, you talk to hitting coaches who say, no, we expanded the zone. So Wallace was given credit to Volantis for coming up with a big pitch when he needed it. And then there was a little difference in opinion.
It just, when he needed to, for the most part, he made them last night. He wasn't incredibly sharp, especially from a strike count standpoint. Those 4 walks are a season high, but he showed you why he's one of the best in the country in the biggest moments.
The junior Jack Brooks, 1-2, will not offer. 2-2. And just to put a period on the Volantis conversation, both Schlossnagle and the Oregon guys said they noticed there was some heavy, laborious breathing from the first inning on.
The vast majority of the pitches were high leverage pitches last night for him. There was no easy inning.
2-2 got him to chase. Riojas is still being Ruger Riojas on the mound.
He uses this cutter sometimes almost like a split or a changeup. It's got enough down to it that it gets off of it. You can see just takes that middle finger and finishes that pitch. It gives it good down. It's got a little bit of break in towards the left-handed hitter. Volantis loves it right there. And give Riojas credit, man. He's battled tonight, too. We get the big out to get him out of the 5th. Now 2 quick outs here to start the 6th.
Definitely start to think about the bridge to get to Cozart, their closer, and how they're going to navigate that. Jimenez swings and pulls it foul. It's slowly trickling down off the roof in right field, and I'm not sure anyone notices it. Now it has fallen down, and we got a souvenir for somebody. 108th pitch. It's a gutsy effort. If nothing else, it is a gutsy effort.
It's funny. He's kind of gone in and out of really being sharp and then looking a little wobbly. But you're right. If he gives them 6 full with 4 runs, I think you'd be pleased if you were Jim Schlossnagle.
Especially with a short-handed pen. 3-1. Laya, who singled and scored his last time up and swung the bat pretty well, is the on-deck hitter. He struggled mightily against lefties. He may be the last hitter here for Ruger Riojas. Can he deliver one here? No, he drilled him on the front hip. That likely will signal the end for Ruger Riojas, you would think.
Yeah, especially when you got Walker ready to go and you got Laya, the left-hander, coming up.
There's a little movement there, but that feels like he's just turning to me. Texas didn't dispute it.
And here comes Jim Schlossnagle. They're going to go to the lefty. They needed length, and Ruger Riojas gave him 111 pitches. The lefty, Ethan Walker, will be next up, and listen to the crowd.
Rubio Riojas has been one of the main guys for Texas the entire year, and he kind of fought through one today. I mean, the stuff was good, not incredible, and then he got an Oregon offense that got going a little bit, but a giant strikeout to get him out of the 5th inning, and then he gets the first 2 out in the 6th for Riojas. 6 strikeouts on the day. Showed you 6, 7 different pitches if you include when he dropped down to a different arm angle. And you know, it's those days that maybe you don't have your best stuff, but ultimately you work into the 6th inning, really give your ball club a chance to come out ahead. But Texas will go left on left right here. Ethan Walker, the lefty, comes in. One thing to watch here is the stuff profile is vastly different than what we saw yesterday from Valanis. It's a mid-80s fastball and that sweeper breaking ball to lefties.
It was one of the questions coming into the Supers. How does this bullpen navigate? And they struggled a little bit in their regional against UCSB, especially late. This one is headed towards the seats, and it will get there. Hayden LeFew couldn't throw a strike. Brett Crossland, he struggled as well. Sam Cozart, he was a little shaky in that game against UCSB.
Yeah, it was pretty nervy there down the stretch.
Elias numbers against righties and lefties, and you can see the drop-off against the southpaws.
What's interesting about Walker, his best pitch really is his sinker. But you can see he does have the ability to drop down and get a little more sweep to that slider, especially versus lefties.
Temo Becerra into shallow right field as the second baseman on the 0-2. No.
Lefty's hitting just 160 off the sinker. I've had more success against the breaking ball, but right now he just needs one more strike.
Jam shot right back at him. Boy, he caught it, and it caught him by surprise, but a jam shot. And Riojas is appreciative of the play by Ethan Walker.
Well, there was that sinker right there, a two-seamer that just runs right into the chest of Angel Laya, and that ball falls softly into the glove of Ethan Walker. And you know Riojas is digging that. We're still tied here, headed to the 7th.
Adrian Rodriguez getting set to step in here. You see his numbers in the tournament. It's just been a little bit different with Tanner Bradley on the mound. In a 4-4 ball game, Texas with a win moves to the College World Series to continue its record-setting number of appearances. It would be their 39th. And the Ducks hoping to force a game 3 tomorrow night at 8. Bradley came on in the 4th, bases loaded, got Temo Becerra. Since then, there have been 3 base runners allowed. He has struck out 4. But he falls behind Rodriguez, 2 balls and no strikes. Rodriguez sends it to the seats. The other 2 bullpen arms that they likely will use would be Devin Bell, the righty, Toby Twist, the lefty, who's made 19 appearances with a 4-0 mark in 40 innings, 50 strikeouts. And that is the lefty. Plenty of room, and again in right center field on a 2-1, 3-1.
It really is remarkable. You look at Tanner Bradley's numbers throughout the year. 53 innings, 24 hits. Amongst qualified pitchers, he leads the Big Ten in batting average against and hits allowed. I mean, it's just nearly impossible to square this dude up.
3-2, it's looked like it almost was a mistimed jump by Maloney. And a big wide turn, but Rodriguez, by standards,
squared him up.
Almost squaring him up at 98 miles an hour.
It looked like Maloney almost overjumped this one, guys.
Yeah, I thought he was going to catch it when he went up.
Little two-seamer running away from him.
Good
Just
piece.
a beautiful piece. And it looks like Maloney gets up plenty high enough to catch it.
It hit his glove.
And it went off his glove.
Yeah, it looks like he almost overjumps it, catches him off the thumb.
Base runner on, and Rodriguez 13 steals. Gets his foot on the green, doesn't go. And the bunt is foul. Was he still in the box? You can see Berkeley maybe is saying no. The question I asked Berkey during the break, given how hard it is to square him up, do you ever consider maybe bunting? Do you push one?
Well, to me, the changeup would be easier for the lefties to bunt because that thing's fading away from them. They can get their nose down, soften it up the third baseline. For the righties, I think the breaking ball that Mendoza got right there, that is actually the best pitch to bunt. He just topped it. But that thing running away from you is a great pitch to bunt.
That brings Smith in. He squares again. That's thrown outside. You definitely got to be careful with Mabius and his arm behind the plate.
Well, you got to be careful, too, on the mound not to throw away from contact on a bunt. But if they're trying to bunt, they're trying to give you it out.
Yep.
Challenge them, obviously, but try to get that out as quickly as you can.
Swings and pops it sky high into shallow right. Laya says he has it. First out of the inning. Yeah, the wheels are spinning in both the coaches' heads right now. In a 4-4 game, with the effectiveness of Bradley, with another arm out there, if you win tonight, you play tomorrow night at 8 o'clock. Maybe found himself surprised he had that ball in his glove. It's 1-0 to Ashton Larson. He's had a good night. Single scored. He also walked in the 5th. Jam shot, slow roll at a second, but it's a foul ball, and we will do it again. It went off the foot of Larson. At 98 off the basket of Rodriguez, given how difficult it is to make good contact, does feel like a rocket.
Yeah, and also it just feels like Texas isn't going to stand pat. I mean, your chances of getting 3 hits in the lane or driving one out are not great against Bradley. It wouldn't shock me. That wasn't a lead where he's going to go.
He is now.
Don't need to worry about it now.
That's why I brought that up last inning when Pack got hit by a pitch with 2 outs. I thought they'd have him cruising. And now the ball to the outfield can give the Longhorns, who tonight again are the visiting team in Game 2, the lead. Ashton Larson, the junior, with a chance ahead 2-1.
Much location on that one too. If that changeup starts inching up a little bit more, and that was a little bit higher, that's when it's much easier for a lefty or a righty to put it into play. Where Bradley was so good early as everything was down, down, down.
Larson has managed 1 homer this season. The outfield is shallow, hoping a ball in front of him. They'd be able to cut down Rodriguez at home. Dangerous Casey Borba on deck. Payoff. Got him.
Showed him a few different things tonight in big spots. I think the assumption is in this spot that you're going to get the changeup. Instead, he got the slider. And Larson all the way out in front of it, just enough from a location standpoint, down in the zone, out in front of it enough. Not what I thought he would see right there, but it had the outcome that Oregon was hoping for.
Here's the man you cannot leave one up and out over the middle. It's Borba. That ball is pulled down the line, and it was up and down the middle, but he went foul.
You were saying?
You can't do that with this guy.
That breaking ball didn't have much to it right there, and he really got away with one.
Two strikeouts, and then he got drilled by a pitch. He steps in with 18 homers. The adjustment was made by Bradley to stay down.
Yeah, he snapped that one off a little tighter.
I do think this will be his last out. His last hitter. Pendergrass comes up, maybe they leave him in, but I don't think he comes back out for the 8th.
Texas team that has averaged 13 runs a game in the tournament. That's a really good changeup. You almost, in a Bugs Bunny world, you almost can see that thing slow down halfway to the plate.
It's like it stops, kind of waves at you, and then it starts coming again.
Well, I think the hitters give up on it a little bit, too. That thing's starting a good 6-8 inches off the plate.
That one gets into center field. He's going to be able to get to third base.
Wow. I just don't see that. He had 2 strikes on the hitter with 2 outs right there. Why?
Didn't feel like a time where you needed to try to steal an out. You almost wonder if that...
he's not going to steal third base right there.
Right. Yeah, I think that might have been put on by the second baseman, Cooney, and just felt a little over-aggressive in that spot. Now you got to worry about the ball getting to the backstop.
Yep. A little jam shot should be easy for the shortstop, and it is. He came back inside, and he jammed Borba. Bradley has been massive tonight, and everybody, including Will Sanford, know it. All right, KP, you said it. Likely his last, and it certainly appears as if it was. He gets a good pep talk and a thank you very much from his head coach on the job that he did, and he was phenomenal.
He was outstanding. It felt like you could see the fatigue was there, and that always becomes, I think, the difficult question in the dugout is, okay, when he was out there in the first, like, he looked like he could get anybody in the world out. But the longer he's out there, there's some fatigue, and you want to get him out of there before fatigue costs you the ball game.
So I think maybe you got away with one to Borba.
Yeah.
And it's like, okay, we're good now.
Interesting move here by Texas. They go to Brody Walsh for the second day in a row. Walsh came in yesterday with 2 innings, 35 pitches. Crossan was up. Obviously, Cozart would be ready to go. I would also assume Harrison is hot tonight, just in case. But a tough spot for Walsh. It was good last night, don't get me wrong. He was fine. He only gave up 1 hit in 2 innings. But not the arm that I thought would come trotting out of the Texas bullpen.
Well, this is the perfect example where we talked about the difference between
go all in or
up 4-3 or tied 4-4, and you're the visitor. There is zero chance if they were up 4-3 that we see Brody Walsh right here in the bottom of the 7th. He got to get through 2, 3, and 4 here, or excuse me, 3, 4, and 5 here, boys.
Cooney would lead things off. Swing and a miss at the first one at 95. It's on the upper left-hand corner as we have had 5 tickets punched, 2 games suspended, and of course our game here tonight. Texas wins. They punch their ticket to Omaha. Watch it. And if Oregon wins, there will be a game 3 tomorrow night at 8 o'clock Eastern time. Ducks haven't been there since 1954. And in spite of the 2 home runs, the thing has gone as scripted for them since then. They have crawled back to tie this up at 4. And that one missed badly from Walls. It's 2 balls and a strike.
Fastball, cutter, slider primarily for Walls, and it's a fastball you've already seen can be well into the mid-90s.
He hung one, and this ball is smoked to left center field, and it is off the base of the wall. Fielded by Pack, he sends it back in, but a leadoff double for Ryan Cooney. '22nd double of the year.
What happened to sliders that don't slide?
They get hammered, especially when you're sitting in the middle of a lineup, and that is a breaking ball that just ever so slightly drifts to the outer third of the plate, and Ryan Cooney's got something for that. A rocket in the gap. And now Drew Smith up again with a runner on second and nobody out.
He's not bunting.
Let's see how they play this one.
He's not bunting, okay? I can promise you that this time.
You're sure?
I am sure.
So you'd play for
Yes,
the bunt in the 5th, but not in the 7th.
And he's had all the big hits for them this year, or a majority of them. Swings wildly. That one will get away from Tinney to third base with nobody out. Goes the go-ahead run, Cooney.
Worked out nicely for the Ducks. You don't have to worry about it. Now, I would imagine Schloss plays the infield in here. See what the Longhorns do here with the middle infield. Yep, they're bringing them in.
They're bringing them in. This is one. That one's got to be caught.
Yep.
That one's got to be caught.
A change-up of his own to get ahead 0-2. For Drew Smith, he calls Oregon deeper than family. He said it is so special. He's built relationships for the last 4 years. He had chances in high school to not come. Looking back, he says, I couldn't have made a better decision. And he has been so solid. 0-2 he takes. He described the 4 years, the greatest 4 years of his life. He can add to that book.
Mm-hmm. Well, nobody wants it more than him. He's felt all the disappointment of the super regional losses.
Walls delivers 1-2 and a squibber that will go foul.
Okay, over the course of the season, if the numbers are correct, and I'm going to go that they are, against right-handed hitters, Walls has thrown the changeup less than 1% of the time. He's now thrown it twice in this at-bat.
What an opportunity for Captain Clutch on this team, the senior Drew Smith. Couple of doubles and a executed sacrifice, which brought in the tying run, and time being called. Jim Schlossnagle on a 1-2 count going out here to talk to Walls.
No, he's going to take him out of the ball game.
I think he's making a move.
Yeah, he is. Looks like Burns. Looks like Thomas Burns in a 1-2. Schloss has done this. I've seen him do this. I saw him do it in a super regional to go to Omaha with Texas A&M, and he wants a swing and miss pitch, and he's going to Thomas Burns. Let's see how it plays out on the other side here, folks.
It's a 4-4 ball game. The go-ahead run for the home team tonight, even though we're in Texas, it's Oregon. They will advance with a win to Omaha. Texas, if they can get a victory. On the other side, Oregon, who has battled back from a 4-0 deficit, has that go-ahead run at third, and now they look out with the count 1-2. Jim Schlossnagle goes to the big fella, Thomas Burns, making his 23rd appearance.
Well, you don't see this one very often. You get a 1-2 count, but obviously they thought stuff-wise in a strikeout situation, Burns is the right guy. The fastball has a big swing and miss. Cutter has a big swing and miss percentage against righties. Comes into the plus count yesterday. Third of an inning, walked 2, then they got him out of there, back in there tonight.
Showing a lot of trust in him, and you're going to either get 98 at your chest or you're going to get the splitter here.
Again, not a clean plate appearance. The count is 1-2 to the senior Smith, the cleanup hitter for Oregon. He got him. 1 pitch, 1 out. And 1 move that paid off there for Schlossnagel.
Well, that's how you do it right there. You
That's
go
a
and
cutter.
grab the swing and miss stuff. Yeah, I think that's just a gnarly cutter right on the down and outside edge of the zone. And Thomas Burns did not have great command yesterday. That is a big-time pitch coming in out of the bullpen.
Infield stays in, trying to cut down the runner on a ground ball. Braden Jackson is the freshman. He looks at 1 above the letters. Fellas, Texas has played in 158 tournament games in the last 3 decades. They have blown a 4-run lead 1 time, and that was last year against UTSA. '97 to even it at 1-1. The infield of Borba, Rodriguez, and Becerra and Larson. All in on this artificial turf. The ball will cook through if you get one hard on the ground. Wow. Fastball at 97, changeup there at 85 or a splitter.
Boy, is he sharp or what?
So far. On the ground, and it's fielded by the shortstop. 1 play to first, scoop there, but Oregon has grabbed the lead. Nice play by Rodriguez, but Cooney touches home. It's 5-4 Ducks.
Give the youngster credit. Move the baseball, good things can happen, and he finds a perfect hole between the shortstop and third baseman. Just a ball kind of in no man's land here between Borba and Rodriguez. Impossible throw for Rodriguez to try to get the runner at the plate. Nice job, actually, of just getting the 1 at first. And the Ducks have come all the way back here, y'all.
Burke beat Mabius. Strike 1.
I mean, given everything that happened last night, you leave 17 guys on base, all the free runners, you go down 4-0 in this environment, people are going nuts. This is really impressive for this Oregon team to come back and now take the lead here in the 7th inning.
Rodriguez had no choice, right? The only play was first base.
No, yeah, there was 0. I don't know if the throw could beat him anyway. You had no angle to throw that baseball, especially when it's a tag play at the plate.
Well, again, it was a freshman Jackson who delivered by putting the bat on the ball. On the inside corner at 97.
It did not start great for Jackson yesterday, but he has really shown us some growth in a short period of time.
Whew. 97, it's a different Walls tonight. Oregon has fought all the way back. Robbins, Tinney, due up. New pitcher coming in for the Ducks. Well, fellas, Tanner Bradley is out of the game, and he was spectacular.
He was phenomenal. I mean, it was the big first out that he got to get him off the field, and then the changeup played so well over the course of it. Texas started taking a little bit better swings as he was out there, but for the right-hander, ends up going 3 1/3, works him out of a jam, gets a fly ball in the infield, and kind of got the feeling when he walked off the inning walked off the field last inning that was going to be it. But their best lockdown reliever did exactly that tonight for this Oregon team.
So it's a lefty that's now on the mound, and one of the high leverage guys, Toby Twist, 19 appearances, 4-0, 383. He's the junior. And there's the 40 innings, 50 strikeouts.
Yeah, just the 30 hits. It's some real swing and miss stuff. The slider and the changeup both well above average from a swing and miss standpoint. So again, another talented arm out of this Oregon bullpen.
Anxiously waiting for the 8th inning, sitting everywhere they can, including on top of that fire engine out there in left. Here's a bunt. Twist will field. He will turn, fire, and that's a heck of a play. We had some equipment loss on the way down there, but Toby Twist was challenged right away on a Pendergrass bunt back to him, and he looked smooth.
So's Jackson at first base. I mean, watch this move on first. He breaks in, and now he's got to peel off and get back. So we got to find a bag first, now try to find the base ball, and then make sure you're on the white one. That's the other thing. If that right foot slides over to the green bag, it's no good, but it stayed on what was not an easy play for anybody defensively.
And now the two biggest challenges in the batting order, Aiden Robbins. Bends in the first one. On the ground to Hopper. Maloney, 2 down. And very businesslike by Toby Twist.
He's been out there plenty this year. I mean, he's on for the 20th time. He has made 3 starts. But an efficient 2 outs on 3 pitches for the left-hander. He got on single-digit pitchers. You look to be a little bit unsure about that.
Yeah. I like them in nice athletic frames. Like, he looked like he probably played center field in high school.
This fits?
Yes, this fits.
Okay. Bradley, now Twist, and here's Tinney. Ball 1.
Like, Thomas Burns can't come out in number 3. Like it's just not, that's not working.
That's fair.
So you're starting to buy it.
Kozar comes trotting in wearing 1.
No,
it wouldn't look quite
not
right.
doing that.
2-0 to a dangerous hitter. We've seen one catcher win a game and send a team to Omaha today. Daniel Jackson. Here's another one of the superstar catchers that have shined in the 2026 college baseball season. 2-0, dangerous pitch. He lost it 3-0.
Be careful right here, because I would assume that the light is pretty green.
That was as right down Broadway as they come.
Too far inside, and Tinney will draw the walk. And now you get left on left for Anthony Pack Jr. A little bit of a reverse fortune tonight for the Longhorns. They've left 10 men on base and runners on each of the last 6 innings.
I know it's left on left here, but we've talked plenty about this with Pack over the course of the season, especially the more that we've seen him. He's pretty good against left-handers, too.
He hits .388 against left-handers. And you're kind of waiting, right, for your Anthony Pack moment, given what he did during the regular season, if there's going to be one.
And last weekend. given what he did last weekend where he hit 4 home runs. He's not been shy in the moment, that's for sure.
You can see those splits in reverse for Pack. He's been on base 6 times in 2 games. Just 2 hits, but he's walked twice and been hit by a pitch tonight. They're going to Penn.
They are. And they're bringing in the guy that's got the saves on this team. Devin Bell, 12 of them. And there's no bigger spot than this one right now. It's been intense all night long. The NCAA Baseball Super Regionals are presented by Capital One. What's in your wallet? Well, what's at stake? Texas, if they can come back and win, they go back to Omaha to join the other 7 teams that will compete in the College World Series. If Oregon hangs on, they force a winner-take-all Game 3 tomorrow night at 8 o'clock Eastern Time on ESPN2. And they have been climbing back all night. Now handed over to their closer. This is Devin Bell.
It's real stuff now. I mean, it's a fastball. Excuse me, mid-90s, has been up to 98 this year. Primarily fastball slider for Bell.
Anthony Pack looks at one down, 1-0. The freshman has been the best hitter, arguably, in the conference, the freshman of the year in the conference. Fascinating, you just don't see a lefty take it out against the lefty to go to a righty very often. Big swing. This has been a fascinating game in the way that the coaches have managed it.
Waz wasn't afraid to play for one in the middle of the game to get it tied up, and then he got another. And I think a big reason why is he loves this bullpen.
Boy, that's a big one there, but it hits Pack, so down to second base in the scoring position goes Tinney. And here comes Temo Becerra, who has struck out 3 times. He was the guy that came in and was up with the bases loaded when Bradley came in and struck him out. So another massive chance for Becerra.
If you get cleanup in this Texas lineup, you're going to be up with people on base all the time, and Timo certainly has here in this ball game. Just needs the one big hit to send these fans home happy.
They're on their feet. They're in the top of the 8th inning. Texas, the visiting team tonight. Right down the middle at 95 to get ahead. Texas 1 for 6 with runners in scoring position. They've left 10 on. Great scoop behind the plate. couple of big misses, and now it's 2-1.
His control this year's been pretty good. He's watched just 9 in 36 innings, but now he has hit 7 guys.
Becerra saw one up in the zone, and he fouled it off.
Well, it's an interesting stat line, too, because he does have the 12 saves, and the ERA and WHIP are both really, really solid. But the 2-6 record tells you he's been out there a few times when things haven't gone the Ducks' way.
Grad transfer who played at Stanford under David Esker. Temo Becerra. 2-2, beats it into the ground. This is a tough play. Fielded at third, no play. Bases are loaded on an infield single by Temo Becerra. Probably pretty wise by Smith not to try to throw that ball.
I think it's very wise. If you're Oregon in that spot, the only thing that can happen if Smith throws that ball are bad things. I mean, that is one where you accept the outcome, and with 2 outs, live to fight here with the bases loaded against Rodriguez.
An amazing stat. He's been responsible for a quarter of the runs in the tournament. And we're going to get an offensive timeout before we see Adrian Rodriguez step to the plate. What's the conversation, do you think, Berkey?
Well, we're not looking at a report, so this feels very approach-based, very mindset-centric. I think maybe trying to help him calm down his heartbeat a little bit.
This looks like Sark trying to call the timeout in a football game. Watch this. He just keeps going. He can't get attention. He can't get attention. He keeps going. He keeps going. Now we're going to it here in a minute. Timeout. So he's calling it right at the last minute.
Sark, Sean Miller, any of the Texas coaches. You don't usually see it from a hitting coach, but it was Tulo out there. Tarps are off. Adrian Rodriguez with them loaded. Tinney, Pack, Becerra, the base runners. Tinney's the tying run, Pack the go-ahead run. Maybe the conversation had to do with being very patient at the plate. There have been some wild ones from Bell. It's 3 balls and no strikes. Yep, he lands it. He's been banged up all year with that bad hand. Adrian Rodriguez ready on a 3-1. Slashes one fair down the line in left field. Tinney's gonna come in. Pack is gonna score. The hand is okay. A double to give the Horns the lead. As clutch a hit as Adrian Rodriguez has ever had, and he goes the other way again.
This young man's making his mark on the program, y'all. A monster week last week and 5 ribbies last night. And now the moment of the Super Regional as the Horns have taken the lead on a slashing double by the Texas shortstop.
Devin Bell's got to right himself. They will have 2 more chances as the home team in game 2. Mendoza, 2-0. He's flown out 3 times. There was a single. 2nd and 3rd. He looks at one in there. It's 2-1. Another one on the corner to go 2 balls and 2 strikes.
That's 2 nice pitches right there. You fall behind and now land a couple on the corner. And there's the big closer, freshman Sam Cozart. You get that lead and you know what's next.
Two and 2 to Mendoza. 3-2. Every one of the Texas Longhorn hitters, after a ball, they will look at the pitcher, letting him know that I saw that really well. I have the pitch. 3-2 and 2 outs, and they'll be off in 3rd and 2nd. And now they're loaded again. And if you're Wasikowski, do you wait here or do you go back to the bullpen?
I mean, he's been your guy at the back end of the ball game, and I know that he gave one up right here. Luke Morgan is up and warming in that Oregon bullpen right now. Sounds like they're checking to see if he's ready.
This is in keeping with what we have seen around the country in the Super Regionals. Just some incredibly intense games. And after a fairly lopsided one last night, these 2 teams have put on a show here tonight. Seesaw battle that now favors Texas, with them loaded for Ashton Larson. First pitch swinging out of play. The current hero, Adrian Rodriguez, has got 9 RBIs in the NCAA tournament. That's him right there, including 5 last night. Larson's reached twice, he struck out twice.
One more big knock. This place feels like it's going to cave in.
He got one a hit, sends it to center field. This one sends Brooks back. He's under it, and he's there to make the catch. Well, they compare playing for the Longhorns to playing for the New York Yankees. And in this case, it was A-Rod, Adrian Rodriguez, with the big hit. A shot down the line and left that plated 2. There was no chance for the senior Smith, who may have seen another Super Regional just slip by and slip through the cracks. They still have 2 more cracks at it. Gets no better. Closer likely coming in for the Longhorns with a 1-run lead to the bottom of the 8th. Future Major Leaguers here, Major Leaguers on ESPN. It is the home of MLB.tv. Stream every out-of-market game, live or on demand. Use the ESPN app. Blackout other restrictions will apply. For more information, go to espn.com/MLB.tv. It's a helpless feeling for Smith, diving as the ball falls into fair territory off the bat of Rodriguez. And we are going to have several showdowns for the remainder of this game, and the first one starts right now.
Well, Texas goes to their bullpen, and a kid that beginning of the year they thought maybe was going to be a starter, and he did have a few starts. Then they moved him into the bullpen, and he hasn't moved since. Sam Cozart, the freshman in the back end of the bullpen, has been outstanding. 8 saves. A 1.72 ERA, about 22 hits allowed in 47 innings. He's punched out 67. And the control's been very good.
Watch out for Milwaukee. It has definitely been the breaking pitches, though, that he has not seen very well as he swings through the first one. Now they've all had a single and an RBI in the second. Since then, a couple of strikeouts.
Too often you see a closer come in the game with 4 real pitches, but you'll get fastball, slider, curveball, and the split. KP mentioned that he started the year as a starter, and even though he closes ball games, it's a very diverse arsenal.
He's ahead 0-2. Did he go? No. Had a great conversation with Sam, who is very open, very authentic, very honest. He's never closed before. We talked about the beard that he had. He said he's had a goatee since he was 12. He used to carry around ID to prove to everybody that he was that young. 1-2, yes he did. Another strikeout. Oh boy. Our first base umpire, Casey Moser, says no. Milwaukee certainly said no. No, he held it, and he did that last night too.
Yeah.
He is strong. Not many holding that. 2-2, he's got some of the longest homers this year. Not there, he's gone. Cozart goes 95 up top for the first out in the bottom of the 8th.
Well, Berkey talked about the 4 pitches, and it really starts with that fastball. Gets into the mid-90s back-to-back. Junior Milwaukee held off on the pitch before. This one he couldn't, though. 95 elevated, and Cozart strikes out the first duck hitter he sees.
Bottom of the order for Sam Cozart, the closer here in the 8th. It's Maddox Maloney now. Got some pop in the bat, 12 homers. And that one is out of play. Cozart has benefited greatly from working with Max Wiener. I mean, he speaks of him like he's almost godlike in their ability to work together to perfect the pitches that he throws. You mentioned the 4 of them.
He definitely has a lot of trust in his pitching coach, who certainly helped him not only understand what he's good at, but then also tweak and add to his arsenal. And boy, does he look ready for the moment right now, boys.
Right down the middle at 96. 2 up, 2 down, both courtesy of the strikeout.
And he's finished each guy with a fastball so far. We got Milwaukee to go chasing on a fastball up and out of the zone. This is the setup. Break a ball that's down and away, gets a swing through by Maloney, and then just sticks 96 right at the bottom of the zone. Back-to-back strikeouts for Cozart since coming in here in the 8th.
6-5 Texas, 2 down. And Jack Brooks, the 9-hole hitter. Cozart's first one is a little high. Gave you all those glowing statistics about Texas within the tournament and all the teams that got there, and they were 1 or 2 in virtually all the offensive categories. You tend to forget they were also number 1 in team ERA through the tournament. On the corner for a strike. You get into the weeds of stuff plus and strikeout to walk ratio and fielding, independent pitching, and whip. They are top 6 in all those categories. And the 1-1 missed. Got a chance to make it 3 for 3. 4 of the last 5 Oregon hitters have struck out. Off-speed pitch.
Well, last time we saw Sam Kozart was against UCSB, and he gave up 5 hits in an inning and 2/3. The first inning was pretty clean. It was the second inning that UCSB got to him. So we'll see what he's got in the next frame. But boy, he's making this look pretty low maintenance here so far.
The next frame, if this is going to end here with Brooks, will have the number 1, 2, and 3 hitter in the bottom of the 9th. 2-2. Just foul, and that had extra bases written all over it as Borba was shaded off the bag and off the line by about 30 feet.
Jack Brooks missed a double right there by about 5 feet, maybe.
That didn't encourage him to move any closer to the line. That ball is fair, smothered by Larson, and a 1-2-3 Kozart 8th. We go to the 9th. Longhorns up by 1. With a win, they go to Omaha and a World Series. Eighth inning, biggest hit of this night. It comes off the bat of Adrian Rodriguez. He's been a star for them in the NCAA tournament. A double that brought in 2. It brought them back to the top. They lead it 6-5 as Pack and the rest of them are starting to smell the Omaha Steaks. But it's not going to be easy. We head to the 9th inning. 7 RBIs here in the Super Regional, 9 overall in the tournament. For Texas, one more time the road team, even though we're playing here. They were the home team last night. Borba, Pendergrass, Bell stays in.
I know Bell gave up the hit, but this is a giant inning right here. To keep it at this spot, you got the top of the order coming up for Oregon. 8-9-1 due up for Texas.
Got one a hit. He got jammed a little bit. Popped it up. Shallow right field. Cooney, the second baseman, is out there, and he makes the play. It felt like he wasn't exactly sure if Laya was going to come in and take charge.
It does feel like a huge moment in this game because you look at what's at stake. Oregon trying to keep this thing alive to get back to Omaha since 1954. They've only been once. Texas going for their record-setting 39th, that 3-year drought, as they call it around here, trying to end that.
Drought. Ball one to Darian Pendergrass. Pendergrass has been an important piece to this team as he has solidified the defense in the outfield. That is in there. It's 1-2.
And giving them a different wrinkle down at the bottom.
No doubt.
A piece that you can do a lot of different things with. Certainly makes the other team nervous when he gets out on the base pass.
Aiden Robbins in the on-deck circle with one down, the 1-2. 2-2. You could take the tape of this game, right, and go into a lab and just look at all the things that have happened in this and the decisions that were made and the plays that were made. It's been a really interesting game on a 2-2. Swing and a miss. Very late and fooled, and he's gone.
Well, Bell looks a little more comfortable this half inning. Filling the zone up. Quality offerings. Got a chance to post a 0 here, but one big out left to get here with Aiden Robbins strutting to the plate.
This game started at 8 o'clock local time, and Robbins led it off with a homer. They set up way inside. He missed location, but Robbins grounds out to third, and that will do it. The stage is set. It is the top of the order. Jimenez, Laya, Cooney against the closer for the Longhorns, Big Sam Kozar. Trip to Omaha is on the line when we come back.
Everything comes big in Texas, including the butts. The Horns have hooked 6 College World Series titles, but none since 2005. Jim Schlossnagle has been to Omaha 7 times, but he has yet to celebrate a natty. Perhaps UT can finally make a U-turn on this year's road to Omaha.
Longhorn fans, Berkey was right. The idea that it's been the drought that they talk about, the expectations are so high. One of the reasons that they were willing to bring Jim Schlossnagle over and wanted to desperately get him here from A&M. He has got his team on the precipice of going back to Omaha. They have the right guy on the mound in Cozart, but it won't be easy. The Ducks, who have fought valiantly tonight, will go with 1-2-3 in the bottom of the ninth. Jax Jimenez leads things off. Cozart looked great in the eighth. First pitch swinging, 0-1. Laya, the freshman, good numbers against righties on deck. That one missed. Cozart got into baseball at a young age, the bat boy at age 5 for High Point University. His father, Craig, was the head coach there at the time. Jimenez, it's 1-2. Now the options open up for Sam Cozart.
Yeah, a few put-away pitches for Cozart. Haven't seen the split yet.
That is a patient take by Jimenez, a sophomore.
You would think after that, when you elevate a fastball, it's been fastball heavy in this one, that maybe the time that you do see the split here with a 2-2 count.
Good spoil. People know his brother Jacob, who's catcher in the Guardians organization. He said about his brother Sam, there's no one out there like him. He's one of a kind, and he's going to do crazy things in the baseball world. All he's focused on now is getting 3 outs, the 2-2. This is a good at bat right now by Jax Jimenez.
He definitely looks like he's seeing the spin pretty well. The challenge for him is going to be, can he lay off that elevated fastball?
Jimenez trying to get on base as the tying run. And this one right to a Borba third baseman playing off the line, well positioned, 1 out.
Well, we heard Schloss talk about earlier in the game, you agonize over where you put these infielders.
Yes.
Borba was in the perfect spot, and the Longhorns get a huge leadoff out.
Yeah, for sure, he was in that same spot when Brooks missed the double by about 4 feet in the last half. And now Angel Laya. He's a freshman who's had much more success against righties than lefties. There is some power in this bat, 14 homers. Off speed, gets the call. Looked like it might have been a little off, but he went with a curveball, and it's 0-1. Feeling very good about that pitch.
It's a pretty good one right there. The first one just clipped the outside part, but that was exactly what he was trying to do with it. Now he has a freshman Laya and an 0-2 hole.
Two that were down. Cozart go heat up top against Laya. He does, and he is 1 out away. retired all 5 he has faced. He has struck out 3 of them. And Ryan Cooney is the last chance for the Ducks. Drew Smith, the senior, is in the on-deck circle, desperately wanting one more chance. Cooney, a half-check swing that sends one into the seats.
It's the first time he has thrown the split today. That time you can see the reaction of Cooney. Wasn't all that comfortable with it.
That lands. It's 0-2, and they're a strike away from going to the promised land. Cozart got him! And from Austin to Omaha, the Horns are heading back to the College World Series. The man in the middle holding that trophy was brought here for one reason. It's to go to Omaha, and it's to win World Series championships. And this was a massive challenge. The Oregon Ducks battled from a 4-0 deficit tonight, grabbed a lead at one point. But it's Texas, another SEC team, going back to try to win a championship.
Well, it was a massive challenge. It was also a masterful job of managing the bullpen. Masterful. Yeah. The way they went to Walker, they got a couple outs out of Walls. They bring in Burns in a 1-2 count. He gets them off the field. Cozart gets the ball. And, of course, the big hit by Rodriguez. But, boy, did Jim Schlossnagle push all the right buttons.
You do, but you still have to hand it to a freshman closer. He does not look like a freshman. The stuff doesn't look like freshman stuff, and he didn't pitch like one tonight. Cozart faced the minimum over 2 innings, struck out 4, and nailed down the Longhorns' 39th trip to Omaha.
He no longer has to prove his age by carrying around his birth certificate. He is a 19-year-old who looks like he's 30, but he had the maturity that you needed to close the door on the Oregon Ducks. An indescribable feeling, and they have felt it now 39 times. What it means to go to Omaha and compete for a championship. It started with Robbins and Tinney and their home runs. They rallied late in the 8th thanks to that Rodriguez big double that put them back on top. And heartbreak for the Oregon Ducks, who fought valiantly. They did not get the start they thought they would out of Sanford. He battled as valiantly as he could. Bradley was phenomenal in this one, but it's Cozart and company who are going to occupy a spot in Omaha. Just 2 more tickets to be punched after tonight.
Yeah, it wasn't perfect for Oregon. Certainly a rough start, but boy, did they give us everything they had. Yesterday wasn't a great performance by them, and they knew it. But today was certainly an excellent ball game, and at the end of the day, they just came up one play short.
It is not going to be long before Oregon's in Omaha. I mean, based on what Mark Wasikowski has built, based on what they have coming back, which is a ton in this lineup. It was loaded with freshmen and sophomores. And I think based on the brand that he's built in the 6 years that he's been there, I know it didn't end the way that they wanted today, but the battle back to take the lead in this environment, to give him a chance, it just may not feel like it now, but it's one step closer to them taking that final step.
Well, Cozart, who came in and struck out 4, and it felt like all of those pitches, and in particular, the fastball was working. Drew Smith, now 4 supers, and he gets stuck in the batter's box, waiting for another chance. Tinney, Cozart, and over the railing they went for a big celebration. Some more gracefully than others.
That was a serious collision between Cozart and Tinney there after strike 3, but wow, what a performance by Sam Cozart. We always say the last 3 outs feel impossible in these games, and Cozart went out there, and as you said, KP, he faced the minimum, not for 3 outs, for 6. And we saw tonight why Texas is a contender to win the whole thing. They can score in a variety of ways. They have big-time star power, and the back end of the bullpen is arguably as reliable as anybody in the sport.
So 79 Men's College World Series, and the Texas Longhorns have now been to 39 of the 79, which, yes, it's like half that they've been to when the World Series has been played.
I hear that's good.
It's really good and really hard. It is a long season. It is certainly an abbreviated season spread out over just a handful of months. But this journey, the Super Regionals, that's the part that Schlossnagle has said is the most difficult. And you can see why when you have to deal with a team like Oregon. Holy smokes. Texas and Georgia at the College World Series after the Bulldogs blasted their way through Mississippi State. You're going to have Daniel Jackson and Carson Tinney in the same game as they head up the hill there in left field to celebrate with their fans.
What a scene that is.
Across the country, we have seen similar celebrations, and on the other side, you always see the other end of the spectrum. The addressing of the team that's going to have to go back, regroup, and try it again. To KP's point, what Mark Wasikowski has done with Oregon is nothing short of spectacular, and they are 1 or 2 pieces maybe away from getting to Omaha.
Uh-oh. Now we got mayhem. We got players firing the cannon out in left field. They've earned that one.
Country's going to get a chance to see the freshman Anthony Pack. I think we're ready for liftoff. Yeah. Yes, we are ready. I want to thank everybody that has been part of this very special crew. We look forward to seeing everybody in Omaha as well. People behind the scenes, certainly our great director, Jeff Evers, our producer, Billy Palladino. For Kyle Peterson and Chris Burke, I'm Carl Ravitch. Don't forget, 2 games, 2 series continue tomorrow, and we will see you in Omaha next Friday for Game 1 of the College World Series. The Horns win it.